The morning continues to unfold in a slow and gentle way. The sun has now risen a little higher, though it still feels soft, not yet strong. Its light spreads across the surface of the Nile, turning the quiet water into a long ribbon of gold. Small ripples move outward, catching the light for just a moment before fading back into stillness. Along the riverbank, the villagers continue their routines. Some remain near the water, filling containers, washing their hands, or simply standing for a moment, watching the river move. There is no sense of urgency in their actions. Each movement feels measured, calm, and familiar. A woman kneels close to the edge, dipping a woven basket into the water to rinse it. The fibers darken as they absorb the river, and tiny droplets fall back into the Nile, creating soft, repeating patterns. Not far away, a man adjusts a small wooden boat that rests against the shore. The boat is simple, shaped from local wood, its surface worn smooth from years of use. He checks the rope, tying it again in a careful knot, even though it already holds. It is something he has done many times before, and the repetition brings a quiet sense of comfort. The air is still cool, the warmth is beginning to settle in. A light breeze moves across the land, carrying with it the scent of damp soil and distant reeds. It brushes gently against the skin, then passes on, leaving behind a soft stillness. In the fields, the farmers continue their work. They move slowly in straight lines, placing seeds into the ground with steady hands. Their feet press lightly into the soil, leaving shallow impressions that will soon fade. Each action follows the one before it, forming a quiet rhythm that does not break. There is a sense of patience in everything they do. They do not look ahead too far. They do not think about the harvest in a hurried way. Instead, they focus only on the present moment, the feel of the soil, the placement of each seed, the steady rise of the sun. Nearby, a pair of oxen stand calmly, their bodies strong and still. They are harnessed to a wooden plow, waiting. Their breath is slow and even. Occasionally, one shifts its weight slightly, pressing its hooves deeper into the earth. A farmer steps forward and gently guides them. The plow moves through the soil with a soft, steady motion, turning the earth in long, even lines. There is a quiet sound as the blade cuts through the ground, a low, consistent rhythm that blends with the rest of the morning. Nothing feels forced, nothing feels rushed. Everything moves at the same calm pace. Back in the village, the homes now stand fully in the daylight. Their walls, made of mud brick, hold the warmth of the sun. The surfaces are uneven, shaped by hand, each one slightly different from the next. Some homes have small openings for windows, allowing light and air to pass through. A few people sit just outside their doorways. They rest on low stools or directly on the ground, taking a moment before beginning their next task. One person slowly weaves strands of plant fiber into rope, their fingers moving with quiet precision. Another shapes a piece of clay, turning it gently, smoothing its surface. Children move nearby, their steps light and unhurried. They do not run loudly or shout. Instead, they explore the space around them with quiet curiosity. One child traces patterns in the dust with a small stick, drawing lines that curve and overlap. Another watches closely, then slowly begins to copy the same shapes. Their laughter, when it comes, is soft and brief, quickly fading back into stillness. Further along the village path, a small group gathers near a shaded area. They sit together, speaking in low voices. Their words are not rushed. Each sentence comes slowly, with pauses in between. The conversation flows like the river itself,
steady and unbroken. Above them, a simple covering made of woven reeds provides shade from the growing sun. The light filters through the gaps, creating soft patterns on the ground below. The day continues to warm. The gentle coolness of the early morning begins to fade, replaced by a steady heat that settles across the land. It is not harsh, but it is present, wrapping around everything in a quiet, constant way. Still, the rhythm does not change. The people do not hurry. They move with the heat, adjusting their pace naturally, without thought. Near the edge of the village, a narrow path leads away from the homes and toward a larger structure in the distance. This structure rises above the others, its walls taller, its entrance wider. It is a temple. The path toward it is smooth, shaped by many footsteps over time. A few figures walk along this path now, their movements slow and steady. They carry small offerings, simple items like bread, jars of water, or small bundles of herbs. As they approach the temple, the air feels slightly cooler. The walls cast long shadows, creating a space of quiet calm. The sounds of the village become softer here, as if gently held back. Inside, the light is dim. It enters only through narrow openings, forming thin beams that stretch across the interior. Dust moves slowly within these beams, drifting without direction. The space feels still. A figure stands near the center, dressed in simple linen. Their movements are careful, almost silent. They arrange objects with slow precision, placing each one exactly where it belongs. There is no sense of performance, no sense of display, only quiet attention. Outside, the day continues its slow progression. The sun moves higher, the shadows shorten, the river flows on, unchanged. Time passes, but it does not feel like it is passing. It feels as though everything exists in a steady, unbroken moment. Back in the fields, the farmers pause. They straighten their backs, looking out across the land. The work is not finished, but there is no pressure to complete it quickly. There will always be more time. The cycle will continue. One of them walks toward the river again, carrying an empty container. The path is familiar. Each step follows the one before it, leaving a quiet trail that soon disappears. When he reaches the water, he kneels once more, just as he did in the early morning. The surface of the Nile is different now. The light is stronger, brighter, reflecting more sharply. But the movement is the same, slow, steady, endless. He fills the container and pauses for a moment, watching the water. There is something calming in its constancy, something that does not change, even as everything else slowly shifts. In the distance, the pyramids remain. They stand against the sky, silent and unmoving. The light touches their surfaces differently now, revealing subtle lines and edges. Each stone holds its place, just as it has for many years. They do not demand attention, they simply exist. And in their stillness, they reflect the same quiet rhythm that moves through the river, the fields, the village, and the people. The day continues, not quickly, not slowly, just steadily.
The day settles into its middle hours. The sun now stands higher in the sky, no longer soft like the early morning. Its warmth rests fully across the land, pressing gently against the fields, the river, and the quiet walls of the village homes. The light feels steady and constant, without sharpness, without change. Shadows have grown shorter. They gather close to the base of each object, forming small pools of shade that offer brief relief from the warmth. People move slowly between these shaded spaces, adjusting their steps without thinking, guided by habit and comfort.
In the fields, the work continues, though at a slightly slower pace. The farmers now pause more often. Their movements remain steady, but there are longer moments of stillness between each task. One man leans lightly on his wooden tool, looking out over the land he has just worked. The soil lies in neat, quiet lines, each one marking a simple effort repeated many times. He does not rush to continue. Instead, he stands for a moment, letting the warmth settle around him, letting the quiet fill the space. Nearby, the oxen have been led to a resting place. They stand beneath a small patch of shade, their large bodies still and relaxed. Their ears flick gently at the occasional movement of air. Their breathing remains slow, matching the calm rhythm of the day. A young boy brings them water. He walks carefully, holding a simple container with both hands. His steps are deliberate, measured. When he reaches them, he sets the container down and watches quietly as they drink. There is no hurry in his actions. He waits until they are finished, then lifts the container again, just as carefully as before, and begins the slow walk back. The land stretches outward in all directions. Beyond the fields, the desert begins. Its surface is pale and wide, with soft rises and dips that seem to shift with the light. There are no sharp lines, no sudden changes, only long, gentle curves of sand that extend toward the horizon. The air above the desert shimmers slightly in the heat, but even this feels calm. Nothing moves quickly, nothing disturbs the stillness. Back in the village, the midday quiet becomes more noticeable. Many people have returned to their homes for a short rest. Inside, the thick walls keep the air cooler. The light enters softly, filtered through small openings, creating a gentle glow. A woman sits near the doorway, her hands resting in her lap. She is not working now. She is simply sitting, breathing slowly, listening to the quiet sounds around her. The faint movement of fabric, the distant call of a bird, the almost silent presence of the day. In another home, a man lies resting on a woven mat. His eyes are closed, though he is not fully asleep. His breathing is slow and even. One arm rests beside him, his fingers relaxed. The stillness of the room surrounds him like a soft blanket. Outside, the paths between the homes are nearly empty. A few figures pass quietly, moving from one place to another, but there is no sense of activity. The village feels paused, as if it has gently stepped back from the day for a short while. Near the edge of the settlement, a potter continues to work. He sits beside a low wheel, turning it slowly with one hand, while the other shapes the clay. The motion is steady and continuous. The clay rises gradually, forming a smooth curve beneath his fingers. There is no rush in his work. He does not try to shape it quickly. Instead, he allows the form to emerge slowly, guided by touch and patience. The surface becomes even, the edges soft and balanced. A small line of finished pots rests nearby. Each one is slightly different, though all share the same quiet simplicity. Their surfaces catch the light in gentle ways, showing faint marks left by careful hands. The potter pauses for a moment, letting the wheel slow to a stop. He looks at the piece in front of him, turning it slightly, observing its shape. Then, without any sign of urgency, he begins again. The rhythm continues. Not far away, a group of women sit together beneath a shaded covering. They are working with strands of flax, preparing them to be woven into linen. Their fingers move slowly, separating, twisting, and aligning the fibers. The motions are repetitive, but not tiring. Instead, they bring a quiet sense of focus. Their conversation is soft. Words are spoken gently, with long pauses in between. Sometimes they do not speak at all. They simply sit together, working side by side, sharing the calm space. A light breeze moves through the area, shifting the loose strands of fiber. It passes gently, then fades, leaving the air still once more. The sun continues its steady path. It does not seem to move quickly, yet the light changes in small, almost unnoticeable ways. The color of the ground, the walls, and the river shift slightly, becoming warmer, deeper. At the temple, the quiet remains unchanged. Inside, the air is cooler than outside. The stone walls hold the stillness, keeping the space calm and undisturbed. A faint scent of incense lingers, soft and steady. The figure inside continues their careful tasks. They move from one place to another, adjusting objects, arranging offerings, maintaining order. Each movement is precise, but never hurried. Time here feels even slower than in the village, as if it stretches gently, allowing every action to settle fully. Outside the temple, a few people sit in the shade of its walls. They rest quietly, their backs against the cool surface. Some close their eyes for a moment. Others simply look out toward the open land, their gaze unfocused, their thoughts calm. The afternoon begins to approach, though it arrives without announcement. There is no sudden change, only a gradual shift. In the fields, the farmers begin to move again. Their rest has passed, and now they return to their work with the same steady rhythm as before. The tools are lifted, the soil is turned, seeds are placed. Each action flows into the next. The land receives their efforts without resistance. The Nile continues to move beside them. Its surface reflects the bright sky, though small movements ripple across it from time to time. A bird passes low over the water, its wings barely touching the surface before lifting again. The sound is soft, barely noticeable. And then, it is gone. A small boat drifts slowly along the river. Its movement is guided by a long pole pressed gently against the riverbed. The person guiding it stands quietly, their posture relaxed. They do not rush forward. They allow the boat to move at its own pace. The water carries them, just as it carries everything else. The pyramids in the distance remain unchanged. They stand as they always have, their presence steady and silent. The sunlight now rests fully upon them, highlighting their shape against the open sky. They do not cast long shadows anymore. Instead, they sit firmly in the light, unmoving, unaffected by the passing hours. And as the day continues, everything remains connected by the same quiet rhythm. The river flows. The people move. The land rests. Nothing feels separate. Nothing feels out of place. All of it moves together, slowly, gently, without interruption.
The afternoon settles gently over the land. The light begins to soften, though the warmth still remains. It rests across the fields and the village like a quiet presence, steady and familiar. The sky above is wide and pale, stretching without interruption, holding the sun in a slow and patient arc. Time continues to pass, though it does not feel like it is moving. In the fields, the work has become quieter. The farmers still move, but with longer pauses between each motion. Their hands press into the soil, then rest. Their tools lift and fall, then remain still for a moment. The rhythm has slowed,
as if the day itself is beginning to take a gentle breath. A man kneels near a small patch of young plants. Their leaves are thin and green, reaching upward toward the light. He touches the soil around them, pressing it softly, making sure it holds. His movements are careful, almost delicate. There is no urgency in his work, only attention. Nearby, another farmer stands with his hands resting at his sides. He looks across the fields, his gaze steady and quiet. The land stretches before him in long, even lines, marked by the work of many hands over many days. He does not speak. He simply stands for a moment, letting the stillness settle. The oxen have begun to move again, slowly guided along the edge of the field. Their steps are measured, their pace unchanging. The wooden plow follows behind them, drawing a soft line through the earth. The sound it makes is low and consistent, a quiet scraping, a gentle turning. Nothing sharp, nothing sudden. The breeze returns for a moment, passing across the land. It carries the scent of dry grass and distant water. It moves through the fields, brushing lightly against the plants, causing them to shift and whisper softly to one another. Then, as before, it fades. Back in the village, the stillness of midday begins to lift. Doors open slowly. People step outside once again, returning to their tasks. The quiet rest has passed, and the day continues in its steady, unbroken way. A woman walks along the path carrying a clay jar. She holds it close to her side, her steps even and careful. The surface of the jar is smooth, warm from the sun. Inside, water moves gently with each step, creating a soft, almost hidden sound. She reaches a shaded area and sets the jar down. For a moment, she remains still, her hand resting on its surface. Then she turns and begins another quiet task, her movements flowing naturally from one to the next. Nearby, a group of children sit together in the dust. They are quieter now than before. The heat has softened their energy, slowing their movements. One child draws simple shapes in the ground, while another watches closely, then gently smooths the lines away with a small movement of the hand. The patterns appear and disappear. Nothing is kept for long. Nothing needs to be. Along another path, a man carries a bundle of reeds. They are long and dry, tied together with a simple cord. He walks steadily, not quickly, heading toward a place where others are already working. They will use the reeds to repair a roof or to create a new covering for shade. When he arrives, he sets the bundle down without a word. The others nod gently, acknowledging his presence. Then, together, they begin their work. Their hands move slowly, placing each reed with care. There is no rush to finish, only a quiet understanding of what needs to be done. The temple remains still. Its walls now hold the warmth of the day, though the inside continues to feel cool. The light has shifted slightly, entering from a different angle, creating new patterns across the stone floor. The figure inside pauses for a moment. They stand near the center, hands resting calmly at their sides. Their breathing is slow. Their gaze is soft. There is nothing more to arrange, nothing more to adjust. So they remain still, allowing the quiet to fill the space completely. Outside, the shadows have begun to lengthen again. They stretch slowly across the ground, reaching outward from the base of each structure, each tree, each person. The change is gradual, almost unnoticeable unless one watches closely. The afternoon is beginning to turn. In the fields, the farmers sense this shift without needing to look at the sky. Their movements become fewer, their tasks begin to slow. One by one, they finish what they are doing and begin to gather their tools. Wooden handles are lifted from the soil. Baskets are carried once more. The oxen are gently guided away from the fields. There is no signal, no announcement, just a shared understanding that the work for this day is coming to a close. A man walks back toward the village, his steps steady and even. The path beneath him feels familiar, shaped by many journeys like this one. His feet follow it without thought, each step placed naturally, without effort. The air has changed slightly. It feels softer now, less heavy. The heat is beginning to release its hold. Near the river, the light has become warmer. The surface of the Nile reflects this change, turning from bright gold to a deeper, more rich tone. The water continues to move, as it always has, unaffected by the passing of the day. A small group gathers at the riverbank once again. Some come to wash, others to fill their jars. A few simply stand and look out across the water, their thoughts quiet and unspoken. One person kneels and places their hand into the river. The water moves around their fingers, cool and steady. They hold it there for a moment, feeling the gentle current, then slowly lift their hand away. Drops fall back into the river, disappearing without a sound. Further along the bank, a boat is tied once more. Its gentle movement against the shore creates a soft, repeating sound. Wood touches water, then pulls away, then returns again. The rhythm is slow, endless. In the distance, the pyramids begin to change with the light. Their surfaces take on warmer tones, the edges softening slightly as the sun lowers. They remain still, unchanged in form, yet the way they are seen shifts gently with the passing hours. They do not move, they do not fade, they simply wait, as they always have. Back in the village, the sounds of activity return, though they remain quiet. Food is being prepared once more. Fires are lit carefully, their flames small and controlled. The scent of baking bread begins to rise into the air, mixing with the warmth of the late afternoon. A woman kneads dough slowly, her hands pressing and folding in a steady rhythm. The texture changes under her touch, becoming smoother, more even. She does not rush. She allows the process to unfold naturally, just as it always has. Nearby, another prepares vegetables, cutting them with slow, deliberate movements. Each piece is placed carefully into a bowl, building a simple meal, one step at a time. The day begins to feel quieter again, not because activity has stopped, but because everything is soft, gentle, unhurried. The sun lowers further, the light deepens, and the world of ancient Egypt continues its slow, steady movement toward evening, carried gently forward by the same calm rhythm that has guided it through the day.
The light begins to settle. It does not fade all at once, but slowly, in soft and quiet layers. The sun lowers toward the horizon, and the warmth it has held throughout the day begins to loosen its grip on the land. The air changes first. It becomes lighter, easier to breathe. The stillness of the afternoon gives way to a gentle movement as a soft breeze returns, drifting through the village paths and across the open fields. It carries with it the faint scent of water, of earth, and of something warm being prepared. In the village, the evening routines begin. They do not start suddenly.
There is no clear moment when one part of the day ends and another begins. Instead, everything shifts gradually, like the slow turning of the river. People gather near their homes. Some sit just outside their doorways, while others remain within, close to the soft glow of small fires. The light inside these homes is warm and steady, flickering gently against the walls. A woman places flat pieces of dough onto a heated surface. The bread begins to cook slowly, its scent rising into the air. It is simple, familiar, comforting. The smell drifts outward, blending with the evening breeze, reaching others nearby. A man sits close to the entrance of the home, his back resting lightly against the wall. He watches the light change outside. The sky is no longer pale. It has begun to take on deeper colors, soft shades of gold and amber that stretch across the horizon. These colors reflect faintly on the surfaces around him, touching the ground, the walls, and the quiet faces of those nearby. Children sit close together, calmer now. The energy of the day has softened. Their movements are slower, their voices quieter. One leans gently against another, their attention drawn to the small fire, watching the way the flames move and shift. No one speaks loudly. There's no need. The evening brings a kind of quiet understanding, a shared pause after the steady rhythm of the day. Nearby, food is being prepared with the same careful attention as always. Hands move slowly, placing, turning, mixing. Each action is simple, repeated many times over many days. There is comfort in this repetition, in knowing exactly what comes next without needing to think. A clay pot rests near the fire. Inside, a mixture warms slowly. Steam rises in thin, soft lines, disappearing into the air almost as soon as it appears. The scent is gentle, not strong, but enough to signal that the day is coming to its close. Along the village paths, a few figures move quietly. They walk with no urgency, carrying small items, finishing the last tasks before night. Their footsteps are soft against the ground, leaving no lasting mark. The shadows grow longer. They stretch across the earth, reaching farther with each passing moment. The shapes of the homes and trees become more defined, then slowly begin to soften again as the light continues to fade. Near the river, the evening is especially calm. The surface of the Nile reflects the changing sky, holding the colors of the sunset in a slow, steady motion. The water does not rush. It carries the light gently, allowing it to shimmer and shift. A few people stand along the bank. They do not speak. They simply watch. One person lowers a container into the water, filling it slowly. The sound is soft, almost hidden beneath the quiet of the evening. When the container is lifted, drops fall back into the river, creating small circles that fade almost immediately. A bird crosses the sky. Its wings move in a slow, steady rhythm. For a moment, it passes in front of the fading light, its shape clear against the warm colors behind it. Then it continues on, disappearing into the distance. The boat that rested near the shore earlier is still now. It no longer drifts. The rope holds it in place, and it sits quietly against the edge of the water. The gentle sound of wood touching the surface has softened, becoming almost unnoticeable. Further away, the pyramids stand in the fading light. Their surfaces no longer glow as brightly as before. Instead, they take on deeper tones, their edges blending slightly with the growing shadows. They remain still, unchanged, as they always have. The light moves across them slowly, then begins to leave. Back in the village, the meal is ready. People gather together in small groups, sitting close to one another. The food is simple, shared without ceremony. Pieces of bread are passed from hand to hand. Bowls are placed between them. There is no rush to eat. Each movement is slow, steady. A piece of bread is broken. A small portion is taken. Hands move gently, without sudden motion. The sounds are soft, the quiet tearing of bread, the faint clink of clay against clay, the low murmur of voices, spoken slowly, with long pauses in between. Some do not speak at all. They simply sit together, sharing the space, the food, the calm presence of the evening. The sky continues to change. The gold fades into softer shades, then into deeper ones. The first hints of night begin to appear, not as darkness, but as a gradual dimming of light. The breeze moves again, cooler now. It passes through the village, lifting small particles of dust, brushing lightly against skin, then moving on. It carries with it the quiet signals of night approaching. One by one, the tasks of the day come to an end. Tools are set aside, fires are adjusted, containers are placed carefully where they will remain until morning. There is no final moment, no clear ending, only a gentle slowing, a quiet fading of movement. Near one home, a man looks up at the sky. The light is nearly gone now, replaced by a soft, deepening blue. The first faint stars begin to appear, small and distant, barely visible at first. He watches them without speaking. There is something steady in their presence, something that does not change even as the day passes into night. Inside the homes, people begin to rest. Some lie down on woven mats, others remain seated for a while longer, letting the quiet settle fully before sleep. The air inside is cooler now, held gently by the thick walls. Outside, the village grows still, the paths empty, the sounds fade. Only the soft movement of the breeze and the distant flow of the river remain. The Nile continues as it always does, unchanged, unhurried. The pyramids stand in silence beneath the darkening sky, and the world of ancient Egypt begins to drift slowly into night, carried gently by the same calm rhythm that had guided every moment of the day.
Night arrives slowly. It does not fall all at once, but settles over the land in quiet layers, soft and steady. The last traces of light fade from the horizon, and the sky deepens into a calm, endless blue. Then, gradually, the stars appear. At first, only a few can be seen, faint and distant. But as the darkness grows, more begin to show themselves, scattered across the sky like small, steady points of light. They do not flicker or rush. They remain still, quietly present. The air has cooled now. The warmth of the day has lifted, leaving behind a gentle calm that rests across the village and the fields. The breeze moves lightly, no longer carrying heat, but a soft coolness that settles against the skin. In the village, most movement has come to an end. The fires have grown smaller, their flames low and steady. Some have been allowed to fade completely, leaving behind only a faint glow beneath the ash. Others continue to burn softly, casting a warm, flickering light against the walls. Inside the homes, people rest. Some are already asleep, their breathing slow and even. Others lie quietly, their eyes closed, listening to the soft sounds of the night. The world outside feels distant now,
softened by the quiet. A child shifts slightly, turning on a woven mat. The movement is small, almost unnoticeable. The room remains calm, undisturbed. The thick walls hold the cool air, creating a space that feels still and safe. Nearby, a woman lies awake for a moment longer. Her gaze is soft, unfocused, as she listens to the faint sounds around her. The distant flow of the Nile, the occasional whisper of wind passing through the village, the quiet presence of others resting nearby. She closes her eyes slowly, and the stillness deepens. Outside, the village paths are empty. The ground, which held the marks of many footsteps during the day, now appears smooth again. Shadows have blended together, covering the land in a soft, even darkness. The shapes of the homes are still visible, though less defined. Their edges have softened, merging gently with the night. Near the edge of the village, the river continues its steady movement. The Nile does not rest. It flows as it always has, carrying water quietly through the land. Under the night sky, its surface reflects the stars, creating a soft, shifting pattern of light. Small ripples move across it, barely visible, their motion slow and constant. A boat rests along the shore, tied securely. It no longer moves against the water. It sits still, held in place, its shape blending into the darkness. The rope that holds it is firm, unmoving. Everything feels settled. Everything feels complete. Further away, beyond the village and the river, the desert stretches outward. Under the night sky, it appears endless. The sand holds the coolness of the air, its surface smooth and undisturbed. There are no sounds here, no movement, only a vast, quiet space that extends toward the horizon. Above it, the stars shine more clearly. Without the light of the day, they seem closer, more present. They form patterns that have been seen and remembered for many generations. The people of this land know these patterns. They do not study them with urgency. They do not try to change them. They simply observe, quietly, allowing the stars to be part of the steady rhythm of their lives. For them, the sky is not empty. It is filled with meaning, though that meaning is not loud or overwhelming. It is gentle, woven into the quiet understanding of the world around them. In their thoughts, the stars are connected to something beyond the earth, something that continues just as the river continues, something that does not end when the day ends. Near the temple, the stillness is deeper. The large stone walls hold the night air, creating a space that feels almost untouched by time. Inside, the darkness is complete, broken only by the faintest traces of light from a small flame. The figure who tended to the temple earlier now rests nearby. Their presence is quiet, their breathing slow. The tasks of the day are finished. The space has been left in order, as it always is. There is no movement, no sound, only the calm presence of the temple, standing as it has for many years. Beyond it, the pyramids rise into the night. Their shapes are darker now, outlined faintly against the sky. They do not reflect light as they did during the day. Instead, they absorb it, becoming part of the stillness around them. They stand without movement, without change. Their presence is steady, unbroken. For the people of ancient Egypt, these structures are not separate from life. They are part of a larger understanding, a quiet belief that life continues even after the body rests, that there is a path beyond the visible world, just as the river flows beyond what can be seen. This belief does not disturb the calm. It does not create fear. Instead, it brings a gentle sense of continuity, a feeling that everything moves forward in its own time, without interruption. Back in the village, the night deepens further. The stars grow brighter, the air becomes cooler, the sounds grow even softer. A faint movement can be heard as the breeze passes once more, touching the walls, the ground, the resting forms of those asleep. It moves gently, then fades again, leaving the silence untouched. The hours of the night pass quietly. There is no sense of them moving, no marking of their progression, only a steady, unbroken stillness. The river continues, the stars remain, the land rests, and within this calm, ancient Egypt exists not as a place of noise or urgency, but as a world guided by quiet rhythms, steady patterns, and a deep, unchanging sense of peace. The night holds everything gently, and nothing disturbs it.
The night continues without interruption. It stretches gently across the land, unbroken and calm. The hours pass in a quiet, almost invisible way, like water moving beneath a smooth surface. There is no change that can be clearly seen, only a deepening stillness. The village remains at rest. Inside the homes, the air is cool and settled. The warmth from the day has long since faded, leaving behind a soft, comfortable calm. The woven mats lie still beneath those who sleep, their forms relaxed, their breathing slow and even. A man turns slightly in his sleep. The movement is small, almost like a passing thought. His arm shifts, then becomes still again. His breathing continues, steady and quiet, blending into the silence of the room. Nearby, a child sleeps without movement. Their body is completely at rest, their small form rising and falling gently with each breath. The calm of the night surrounds them fully, undisturbed. Outside, the village paths remain empty. The ground is cool now, holding none of the warmth from earlier. The soft impressions left by footsteps during the day have faded, smoothed by time and the gentle movement of air. The breeze returns, though only briefly. It moves lightly across the land, brushing against the walls of the homes, slipping through narrow openings, touching everything for just a moment before fading once again. Its presence is soft, barely there. Near the river, the Nile continues its endless movement. Under the night sky, its surface appears darker now, though still touched by the faint light of the stars. The reflections shift slowly, stretching and bending with the quiet motion of the water. Nothing interrupts its flow. It moves as it always has, without pause, without change. A faint sound rises from the riverbank. It is not loud, not sudden, just a gentle movement, perhaps the soft step of a small animal or the quiet settling of something near the water's edge. The sound comes and goes, leaving the stillness untouched. Further out, the desert remains silent. Its wide surface rests beneath the open sky, untouched by movement. The cool air settles across it, creating a calm that feels endless. The stars above remain steady. They do not shift quickly. They do not draw attention. They simply exist, holding their places in the sky with quiet certainty. For those who might wake in the night and look upward, the stars offer a sense of continuity,
a reminder that the world moves in patterns that do not break, that even in the deepest darkness there is still something steady, something present. Back near the temple, the silence is complete. The large stones hold the coolness of the night, their surfaces still and unmoving. Inside, the faint flame that once burned has now faded, leaving the space in full darkness. There is no activity, no sound, only the quiet presence of the structure itself, standing as it has for countless nights before. Beyond it, the pyramids remain. They rise into the darkness, their shapes firm and unchanged. The stars above them create a faint outline, a soft contrast that defines their edges without revealing their details. They do not seem separate from the night. They feel like part of it, like something that belongs to the same stillness. The hours continue to pass. Though there is no clear sign of their movement, something begins to shift, very slowly, very gently. The air changes first. It becomes slightly cooler, then steadies again. The breeze, when it comes, carries a different feeling now, a quiet hint of something approaching, though it cannot yet be seen. The darkness remains, but it feels lighter, not in color, but in presence, as if it is slowly preparing to give way. Inside the homes, there are small signs of waking. A woman opens her eyes, though she does not move immediately. She lies still, listening. The silence is still there, but it feels different now, less deep, less complete. She takes a slow breath, then another. Her hand shifts slightly against the woven mat, feeling its familiar texture beneath her fingers. Nearby, another person stirs. A quiet movement, a soft adjustment, the slow return from rest to awareness. No one rises yet. The moment is not fully here. Outside, the sky begins its quiet transformation. It is not visible at first. The darkness remains, the stars still present, but along the distant horizon there is the faintest suggestion of change, a softness, a barely noticeable lightening that begins to form. The stars closest to that edge grow dimmer, not suddenly, just gradually, as if they are gently stepping back. The river reflects this change. Its surface, once dark and deep, begins to show the slightest variation, a subtle shift in tone, a hint of something lighter beneath the stillness. The land remains quiet. The village remains still, but the night is no longer at its deepest point. Something new is approaching, and it does so without sound, without urgency, only with the same calm rhythm that had guided every moment before it. The first hint of dawn is beginning. The change from night to morning happens quietly. There is no single moment when darkness ends. Instead, it softens little by little, giving way to a pale, gentle light that begins at the edge of the horizon. The stars fade, not all at once, but slowly, as if they are stepping back into a distant place. One by one, they grow dimmer until only a few remain, and then they too disappear. The sky becomes a muted gray, then a faint blue. The air holds a cool stillness, untouched by the warmth that will come later. It rests lightly across the land, filling the village, the fields, and the riverbanks with a quiet calm. Inside the homes, people begin to wake. Not suddenly, not all together. A man opens his eyes and remains still for a moment, listening. The silence of the night has changed. It is no longer deep and complete. It has softened, making space for the quiet sounds of early morning. He sits up slowly. The woven mat beneath him shifts slightly, then becomes still again. He moves carefully so as not to disturb those still resting nearby. A woman opens her eyes as well. She does not rise immediately. Instead, she takes a slow breath, feeling the cool air around her. Her hand rests lightly on the ground beside her, sensing the familiar surface. There is no rush to begin the day. Outside, the village begins to stir. A door opens softly. A figure steps out into the early light, pausing for a moment as if to feel the morning. The air is fresh, calm, carrying a faint scent of earth and water. The sky continues to brighten. A thin line of gold appears at the horizon, spreading slowly outward. The light touches the tops of the distant land first, then gradually moves downward, reaching the river, the fields, and the homes. The Nile reflects this change. Its surface, once dark, now holds a soft glow. The water moves gently, carrying the light in long, quiet ripples. A man walks toward the river, just as he did the day before. His steps are slow and steady, guided by habit. The path beneath him is familiar, shaped by many mornings like this one. When he reaches the water, he kneels. The surface breaks slightly as he dips his container in. Small circles spread outward, then fade. The sound is soft, blending into the stillness of the morning. He pauses for a moment, looking at the river. It is the same as it has always been, steady, calm, unchanging. Back in the village, the first small tasks begin. A woman gathers a few simple tools, arranging them carefully. Another steps outside and looks toward the sky, noting the light without speaking. Children remain asleep for a little while longer. Their breathing is slow and even, their movements minimal. The day will come to them gradually, just as it does to everything else. In the fields, the early light begins to reveal the land. The soil appears dark and soft, marked by the work of the previous day. The lines made by the plow are still there, though slightly smoothed by time and air. A farmer arrives at the edge of the field. He stands quietly for a moment, looking across the ground. There is no urgency in his gaze, only a calm awareness of what lies before him. He steps forward. The soil presses gently beneath his feet. His work will begin again, just as it always does. The oxen are brought forward slowly. Their movements are calm, their pace steady. The harness is placed carefully, adjusted with quiet attention. There is no force, no sudden motion. When everything is ready, they begin. The plow moves through the soil once more, turning the earth in long, even lines. The sound is familiar, soft and steady, blending into the rhythm of the morning. The sun rises higher. Its light grows warmer, though still gentle. It spreads across the land without hurry, touching everything in the same quiet way. Back in the village, more people have woken. The paths begin to fill again, though only slightly. A few figures move from one place to another, carrying small items, beginning their routines. A woman prepares grain. She grinds it slowly, her hands moving in a steady rhythm. The sound is soft, repetitive, almost soothing. It continues without interruption, forming part of the morning's quiet pattern. Nearby, another shapes dough. The same movements from the day before are repeated, pressing, folding, shaping. Each action flows naturally into the next. There is comfort in this repetition. Nothing feels new. Nothing feels uncertain. Everything follows a pattern that has been known for many years. Children begin to wake. They sit up slowly, their movements unhurried. One rubs their eyes, adjusting to the light. Another looks toward the doorway, watching the quiet activity outside. They rise gently, stepping into the morning without noise. The village grows slightly more active, but still it remains calm. No loud voices, no sudden movement, only the steady unfolding of another day. Near the temple, the first light touches the stone walls. It moves slowly across the surface, revealing the texture, the shapes, the quiet details that were hidden in the night. The entrance becomes visible once more, open and still. A figure approaches. Their steps are soft, measured. They enter without hesitation, moving into the cool interior where the air remains calm and undisturbed. Inside, the light follows. Thin beams stretch across the floor, illuminating small areas while leaving others in shadow. Dust moves gently within these beams, drifting without direction. The quiet continues. The tasks of the day begin again. Outside, the river flows. The fields wait. The village breathes. And the world of ancient Egypt returns once more to its steady rhythm, guided by the same calm patterns that have shaped every day before it.
As the morning settles into its steady pace once more, the day begins to feel familiar again. Not because it repeats exactly, but because it follows a pattern that has been known for a very long time. In this land, time is not felt in single days alone. It moves in larger, slower cycles. The people who live here understand this without needing to speak about it. They feel it in their work, in the river, in the changing shape of the land. The Nile is at the center of it all. It does not only flow from one place to another, it also rises and falls, slowly, steadily, in a pattern that returns each year. There are times when the river grows larger, when its waters spread beyond their usual path, moving gently into the fields. This is not sudden. It does not rush forward like a storm. Instead, it expands slowly, covering the land in a quiet, steady way. The soil beneath the water rests, and when the water begins to pull back again, it leaves behind something new, a thin layer of dark, rich earth. This earth is soft and full of life, ready to receive seeds. The farmers know this time well. They do not hurry it. They wait. They watch the water rise, then slowly fall. They step into the fields only when the land is ready, when the soil feels right beneath their feet. Now, in this moment, the river is calm, and within its banks, the fields are open. The work being done is part of this larger cycle, one step within a pattern that continues year after year. A farmer presses his foot into the soil. He feels its texture, its softness. It tells him what he needs to know. Without words, without thought, he understands when to plant, when to wait, when to move forward. This knowledge is not written. It is carried quietly, passed from one person to another over time. In the village, the same sense of rhythm exists. Daily life follows the larger movement of the seasons. There are times of planting, times of tending, times of gathering, and times of rest. Each one flows into the next without sharp edges. A woman sits outside her home, weaving fibers into cloth. Her hands move steadily, repeating the same motions again and again. The fabric grows slowly, one small section at a time. She does not try to finish quickly. She allows the work to take its time, just as everything else does. Nearby, a man shapes wood into a simple tool. He works with care,
smoothing the surface, adjusting its form. The tool does not need to be perfect, it only needs to serve its purpose. His movements are patient, measured, unhurried. Children move through the village, learning without being taught in a formal way. They watch, they listen, they repeat what they see. A young boy stands near the edge of the field, observing the farmers. He does not speak, he simply watches the way the soil is turned, the way the seeds are placed. Over time, these quiet observations become understanding. There is no need for instruction. The rhythm teaches everything. The sun continues its steady path across the sky. The light grows stronger, then holds. The warmth returns just as it did the day before. But beneath this daily repetition, the larger cycles continue to move. The people feel them in small ways, in the changing height of the river, in the texture of the soil, in the length of the days and the coolness of the nights. Everything shifts slowly, so slowly that it almost feels still. Near the riverbank, a group gathers once more. They stand quietly, looking out across the water. The surface is calm, but they know it will not always remain the same. In time, it will rise again. It always does. And when it does, the land will change with it. The fields will disappear beneath the water, then return again, renewed. This understanding brings a quiet sense of trust. There is no fear in the change, no uncertainty, only the knowledge that the cycle will continue. In the distance, the pyramids remain. They do not change with the seasons. They do not rise or fall. They stand as a constant presence, separate from the shifting patterns of the land, yet still part of the same world. Their stillness mirrors something deeper, a sense that while the surface of life moves and changes, something beneath it remains steady. Back in the village, the work continues. Food is prepared, tools are shaped, cloth is woven. Each task connects to the others, forming a quiet network of daily life. No single action stands alone. Everything is part of something larger. The breeze moves softly through the village. It carries dust, light and fine, lifting it gently before letting it settle again. It passes over the roofs, through the paths, across the open spaces. Then it fades. The sounds of the day remain soft, the turning of tools, the quiet movement of hands, the distant flow of the river. Nothing breaks the calm. Nothing disrupts the steady rhythm. As the day continues, the sun begins once again its slow movement towards the horizon. It does not rush, it does not pause. It simply follows its path as it always has, and the people of ancient Egypt move with it, not ahead of it, not behind it, but alongside it, living within the same quiet cycles, the same steady patterns, the same calm, unbroken flow of time that connects each day to the next and each season to the one that follows.
Inside the homes, the world is quieter, softer, contained. The walls, made of mud and clay, hold the warmth of the sun from the day before. They are thick and steady, absorbing the heat and releasing it slowly, creating a calm, gentle environment within. The air inside is cooler than outside, still and patient, carrying faint scents of earth and wood, of food cooked the day before, of simple oil and fiber. A woman moves through her home slowly. Her feet are bare against the smooth, hardened floor. She reaches for a small basket and lifts it with care. The contents are modest, a few grains, a small piece of dried meat, some herbs. She arranges them in the corner, setting each item with a soft, deliberate motion. There is no rush. Each movement flows naturally into the next. Nearby, a child sits cross-legged on the floor, holding a small wooden toy. It is simple, carved from a single piece of wood, and the child turns it slowly in their hands. They do not speak. They do not need to. Their attention is absorbed fully in the movement of the object, the texture, the way the light falls across it. The roof above is woven from reeds. It lets in faint light, filtered and soft. It keeps the home shaded and cool, yet allows air to pass gently through the spaces between the reeds. Small patterns of sunlight occasionally touch the floor, moving imperceptibly as the day progresses. A small fire rests in the center of the home. It is not large, only enough to provide warmth and a place to prepare food. The flame is steady and controlled. The crackle is soft, almost hypnotic. Occasionally a small spark rises, but it quickly dies, returning the space to calm. Nearby, a man works on a simple tool. Wood rests in his lap. A piece of stone presses against its surface. He moves carefully, scraping and smoothing. Each motion is steady and quiet. The rhythm of his hands matches the rhythm of the fire, the rhythm of the day. The tool is not yet finished. It will not be rushed. Each small step is enough. Cloth hangs in small bundles along the wall. Some are already woven. Some are still in progress. Each is simple in color, made from linen, soft and natural. A hand smooths one bundle, running fingers gently across the surface. The texture is familiar, comfortable, solid. It has been handled before and will be handled many times again. Food is prepared slowly. Grains are ground into flour with a steady, repeated motion. Dough is kneaded, pressed, folded. Small cuts of dried fish or meat are placed carefully on flat surfaces. Herbs are crushed with hands that know their texture. Nothing is hurried. Each step is quiet and complete, connecting naturally to the next. Outside, the sun continues its path. Its light stretches across the walls and floor in soft, moving lines. Shadows drift slowly, shifting the shapes of objects in the home. They pass over the woven mats, the clay pots, the tools, and the bundles of cloth. They pass over people, brushing gently across their skin. The movement is slow, almost imperceptible, but constant. Water is carried from the river in small clay jars. The jars are heavy, yet manageable. They are lifted with care, carried along the familiar paths to the homes. The sound of water sloshing within is soft and muted, blending into the quiet atmosphere. When it is poured into a larger container, the movement creates small ripples, tiny waves that settle immediately. Children observe these movements. They watch how the water is poured, how the dough is kneaded, how the tools are shaped. They watch quietly, learning without instruction. Their attention is calm, patient, steady. They do not interrupt. They do not rush. They absorb the patterns naturally, in the same gentle way that the land absorbs the sunlight and the river absorbs the sky. Small animals are present. A cat lies near the hearth, its body relaxed, its tail curling slowly. It does not move unless it wishes. A dog rests near the doorway, ears twitching slightly at distant sounds, but otherwise still. Their presence adds to the calm. They do not demand attention. They are part of the quiet rhythm of life inside the home. The air smells faintly of earth, of food, and of warm clay. It carries the comfort of familiarity, of repeated patterns. Each breath is gentle, steady. It fills the lungs without effort, without urgency. It allows the mind to rest, to slow, to move in sync with the pace of the day. Outside, the village continues its slow activity. A basket is carried from one home to another. A small tool is passed along. A piece of cloth is hung to dry in a gentle breeze. Each motion is unhurried, deliberate. No sound rises above the soft murmurs of daily life, the distant flow of the river, or the quiet movement of air through the village. The day is steady. The homes are warm, yet not stifling. The air is calm. The hands that work, the feet that move, the eyes that watch, they are all connected by the same quiet rhythm. And everything, inside and out, is part of the same pattern. The world feels safe. It feels known. It moves slowly, calmly,
as if time itself has decided to pause just enough to allow every step, every breath, every touch to be fully present.
Not far from the homes, the village holds its small workshops. They are quiet spaces, open to the air, yet sheltered from the sun. The walls are low, made from mud and clay, and the roofs are woven from reeds. Inside, each space has a purpose. Each corner is arranged with care, holding the tools and materials needed for the work of the day. An artisan sits with wood before him. The piece is smooth but unfinished. He runs his hand lightly over its surface, feeling the grain. A sharp stone rests nearby. He moves it slowly, scraping the wood with measured motions. The sound is soft, rhythmic, almost musical in its repetition. Nearby, another works with clay. A small pot rests in her hands. She turns it carefully, pressing the walls gently with her fingers. The clay is cool, pliable, responsive. The shape takes form slowly. Each movement is deliberate. Nothing is rushed. She smooths one section, then another, letting the material guide her hands. A faint smell of wet clay fills the air. It mixes with the warmth of the sun and the coolness of shade. There is nothing sharp or harsh. Everything blends softly, creating a calm atmosphere where work is its own quiet rhythm. And man sharpens a stone blade. He places it against a larger rock, moving it back and forth in a steady motion. The sound is muted, each scrape gentle. Dust rises in tiny clouds, floating for a moment before settling again. His eyes are patient, focused. His body is still except for the slow, careful movement of his hands. In another corner, cloth is being dyed. Leaves, mud, and natural pigments are mixed with water in small bowls. A piece of linen is dipped carefully, pressed, lifted, then rested to dry. The color is soft, muted, blending slowly into the natural tones of the material. Each movement is deliberate, mindful, slow. Children watch quietly. They are not involved yet. They simply observe. They notice the way the hands move, the way the materials respond, the way the colors form. They absorb it all without hurry, without instruction, learning the patterns of work through quiet observation. Occasionally, a small animal wanders nearby. A cat steps lightly over a stone surface, its movements slow and precise. It pauses to observe the artisan at work, then continues on, leaving no trace. Its presence is part of the calm, unnoticed unless one pays attention. Some tools are stored carefully. Wooden mallets, stone knives, and clay shaping instruments rest in corners, each in its place. They are not scattered or hurriedly left. Each has a purpose, and each is returned with care. The space itself seems to breathe with the slow rhythm of the work. The sun climbs steadily. Its warmth grows, but it is not oppressive. It touches each surface gently, illuminating the textures of wood, the sheen of clay, the softness of cloth. Shadows shift slowly across the walls and floors, moving with the light, as if dancing without sound. Outside, the village paths carry faint movements. A basket is delivered. A bundle of cloth is carried. A few people walk slowly toward the market area, where goods are exchanged quietly. There is no shouting, no clamor, only the soft sound of footsteps, the shifting of items, the gentle murmurs of those who pass one another. In the market, goods are arranged carefully. Jars of grain, bundles of reeds, small pieces of pottery, and finely carved tools sit in neat rows. Each has a place. Each has been prepared with care, set down in a way that allows it to be seen clearly and chosen slowly. A trader moves quietly among them. He lifts one item, examines it with gentle attention, then places it back. There is no hurry, no need to rush. The exchange of goods is calm. The motions are deliberate. Everything happens in quiet rhythm, steady and unbroken. Even the river carries part of this work. Small boats move slowly, loaded with clay, reeds, or grain. The water is calm, and the motion of the boats is steady. No waves disturb them. Each boat drifts with the current, guided by careful hands using long wooden poles. Each movement is measured, soft, and continuous. The smell of the river mixes with the earth, the clay, the wood, and the faint smoke of cooking fires. It forms a calm, gentle atmosphere. Nothing is harsh, nothing intrudes. Every scent blends slowly, settling into the rhythm of the day. A few villagers pause to watch the artisans and the boats. They do not speak, they do not interrupt, they simply observe the slow unfolding of work, the quiet exchange of materials, the steady progress of life, moving without hurry. Evening will come again. The sun will lower gently toward the horizon, and the light will soften. The workshops will quiet. The river will carry the last boats of the day slowly toward the distant banks. The artisans will put down their tools carefully, returning each to its place. And the village will prepare once more for the calm of night. The rhythm of life continues, steady, quiet, unbroken. The hands move, the tools respond, the river flows, the wind brushes gently, and everything exists within the same slow, peaceful pattern.
Beyond the workshops and homes, there are smaller spaces where finer work takes place. These are calm rooms filled with quiet concentration. The walls are simple but smooth. The air carries a faint warmth, holding the faint scent of stone, metal, and clay. It is a space designed for careful, slow work. A craftsman sits with beads and small pieces of metal before him. His hands are steady. He picks up one bead, then another, threading them slowly, carefully, with no rush. Each movement is deliberate. Each placement is thoughtful, as if the passage of time itself has slowed to match the pace of his fingers. The beads vary in color, though muted. Soft blues, pale greens, gentle yellows. They are natural colors, formed from stones, minerals, and earth. Each one holds a faint texture, cool to the touch, smooth along its edges, carrying a quiet weight. A thin wire is coiled gently around another piece of metal. The craftsman presses softly, shaping it without force. The metal responds to his touch, bending in gentle curves. The sound of it is barely audible, a soft whisper against the quiet of the room. Nearby, another artisan works with clay once more. Small amulets take shape between her hands. Each one is pressed, shaped, and carved slowly. They bear simple forms, tiny figures, symbols, patterns. Nothing is hurried. Each detail is attended to with gentle care. Even the dust in the room moves quietly. It floats lazily in the shafts of sunlight that enter through the doorway, drifting over the tables, the tools, the small objects being made. It settles slowly, lightly, adding to the soft stillness of the space. Outside, the village paths are calm. A few people pass, moving gently between homes and workshops. Their steps are measured. Their hands hold small parcels or tools. Occasionally, they stop to exchange a word, though the voices are soft and brief, blending seamlessly into the quiet rhythm of life. Back inside, a child observes the artisans. They do not reach out, they do not interfere, they simply watch, eyes following the slow movements of the hands, the gentle bending of metal, the careful placement of beads. The child absorbs the rhythm, learning through calm attention, understanding the patterns without needing words. A small bird rests on the edge of the doorway. It does not move except to tilt its head slightly, watching. The light catches its feathers softly, illuminating them with faint colors.
It feels part of the space, quietly observing, quietly existing within the same gentle rhythm as the human hands inside. The craftsman picks up a finished piece. He examines it slowly, turning it gently in his fingers. The lines are smooth, the form is balanced, the weight is even. It is complete, though not in a way that demands notice. It is quiet, functional, and beautiful in its subtlety. The air remains still. Even the faintest sounds, the soft shifting of hands, the tiny scrape of a tool, the movement of a bead, blend into the calm. Nothing rises above the others. Each noise is part of the whole, part of the rhythm that governs the space. Outside, the sun climbs higher. Its warmth spreads across the village, the fields, the river. Light touches every surface, moving slowly, softening textures, highlighting the gentle curves of tools, the muted colors of beads, the woven patterns of cloth. Shadows shift gradually, long and even, creating a slow dance of light and shade. A small animal wanders past the doorway. It pauses, sniffing lightly at a fallen bead. It touches nothing, then continues along the path. Its movements are calm, precise. It does not disturb the rhythm. It moves in quiet harmony with the humans inside. The work continues, not hurried, not pressured, not loud, only careful, steady motions, each connecting naturally to the next. Each object created is part of a long tradition, passed down through time, learned slowly, perfected gradually. Even the passing hours feel gentle. The sun moves, unnoticed except in its slow changes of light. The river flows, unceasing yet calm. The air shifts slightly as the day progresses. Every small change is absorbed without tension, without urgency. As the afternoon approaches, the artisans begin to put down their tools. Each is returned to its place. The clay is left to dry. The beads are gathered carefully. The workspaces are left orderly, calm, ready for the next day. There is satisfaction, quiet and steady in the completion of small, patient tasks. Outside, the village remains gentle. People move along paths slowly, carrying what they need. Children play quietly under the soft light. The river carries boats lazily along the water. The breeze brushes gently, lifting dust, moving small leaves, flowing over homes and workshops without hurry or notice. Everything exists within the same slow rhythm. The world feels safe, steady, unbroken. Life continues, quiet and gentle, as it always has and as it always will.
As the sun moves steadily across the sky, the day reaches a quiet fullness. Inside the homes, preparations for the day's meals begin slowly. Nothing is hurried. Each movement is deliberate, calm, and unbroken. A woman gathers grains from small clay jars. She pours them gently into a shallow bowl. The sound is soft, almost imperceptible. Her hands move with quiet familiarity, knowing exactly how much is needed, how to handle it carefully, how to avoid spilling even a single grain. Nearby, another crushes herbs. She uses a smooth stone to press them lightly, releasing their faint scent into the air. It is subtle, soothing, a reminder of flavor without demanding attention. The motion is repetitive and gentle, calming in its rhythm. Water is drawn from the river. Small clay jars are carried along familiar paths. The sound of water splashing is muted, blending with the soft rustle of reeds, the quiet breeze, and the distant murmur of the river itself. The jars are placed carefully, filled slowly, then set down with gentle precision. Grains are ground into flour. The turning of the stone is steady, circular. Each rotation is measured, smooth.
Dust rises lightly, floating in the air before settling again. The sound of the grinding blends seamlessly into the quiet of the room, part of the gentle rhythm of life. A loaf of dough is kneaded. Hands press, fold, and stretch it repeatedly, slowly and evenly. The motion is calm, methodical. Nothing is rushed. The shape begins to take form, smooth and soft, ready for baking. In another home, small pieces of fish or meat are prepared. They are cut with care, placed in shallow dishes, lightly salted or spiced with dried herbs. The movements are steady and slow, repeated with intention. There is no hurry, only patience and focus. Children watch quietly. Some sit near the hearth, observing. Some mimic the motion softly, learning without instruction. Their attention is calm, absorbed by the gentle rhythm of activity around them. They move slowly when they move, touch lightly when they touch. The sun warms the walls of the home. The light filters through small openings, casting soft patterns across tables, mats, and the floor. Shadows shift imperceptibly, moving with the sun. They touch the hands at work, the clay jars, the grains, the dough, the tools, and then slowly drift away again. Cooking fires burn steadily. The flames are small, controlled, creating warmth without haste. The faint crackle and occasional pop of the fire is soft, almost hypnotic. Pots and pans rest above it, filled with slowly heating water, soup, or porridge. The aromas rise lightly, mingling with the cool air, the warmth of the sun, and the faint scent of earth. Meals are prepared in small portions. Each is arranged carefully, with balance and simplicity. Nothing is excessive, nothing is wasted. Every bite is meant to sustain quietly, steadily, without hurry. Families gather to eat. They sit on mats or low stools. There is no clatter, no rush. Hands reach slowly for the food. Small bites are taken. The rhythm of chewing, swallowing, and breathing blends into the calm of the home. Conversation, if it happens at all, is soft, almost a whisper. The atmosphere remains peaceful, unbroken. Afterward, dishes are cleaned gently. Water is poured carefully. Cloths are used to wipe surfaces. Tools are set in their places. Everything returns to order. The cycle of preparation, consumption, and restoration is smooth, quiet, and complete. Outside, the river flows steadily. The breeze moves through the village with softness. Children play quietly under its touch. Animals wander calmly, blending seamlessly into the rhythm of the day. Boats drift slowly on the water, carrying clay, reeds, or small loads, their movement measured, almost meditative. The afternoon passes in a gentle rhythm. The sun begins to lower, shadows lengthen, light softens. The warmth of midday fades into the gentler heat of late afternoon. Inside, people rest or engage in small tasks. Some mend cloth, some carve small wooden objects, some prepare materials for tomorrow. Each action is slow, deliberate, and unhurried. The day moves gently toward evening without urgency. Evening will bring calm once more. The river will glimmer under fading light. The air will cool. The homes will fill with quiet anticipation, though no one hurries. The cycle of work, nourishment, and rest continues, steady, comforting, and unbroken. All around, life moves in patterns that are soft, predictable, and patient. The sun, the river, the homes, the people, they exist together within the same quiet rhythm. Time is gentle here. It flows slowly, measured, unbroken. The day unfolds without stress, without noise, without interruption, and the world feels entirely safe, entirely calm, entirely complete.
As the sun begins to descend, the light shifts once more. It becomes softer, warmer, stretching across the village like a slow, golden tide. The shadows lengthen and stretch gently across the walls, the paths, and the river. Each movement is gradual, imperceptible if one watches carefully, like the slow breathing of the land itself. Inside the homes, the final tasks of the day are attended to. Small fires are tended lightly, providing warmth without urgency. Pots are lifted carefully from the coals, cooled gradually. Water is poured softly, vessels rinsed and returned to their places. Every motion is deliberate, a part of the rhythm that has guided the day. Children move slowly, still full of energy, yet mindful of the coming evening. Some play quietly with small toys, turning them gently in their hands, listening to the soft sounds they create. Others sit near the adults, watching their hands, their tools, their motions, learning once again the calm patterns of life. A cat stretches in a slow arc, yawning without hurry. It curls near the hearth, its body warm from the lingering heat. A dog rests near the doorway, its head on its paws, ears twitching only slightly at distant sounds. Their presence adds to the gentle, unbroken atmosphere of the home. Outside, the river reflects the changing sky. The surface glows faintly, a soft mirror for the golden light above. Ripples move lazily, carried by the slow current. Boats drift quietly along the banks, returning from the day's work. Their movements are smooth, almost imperceptible, creating a gentle rhythm that echoes across the water. Along the paths, villagers begin to finish their tasks. Bundles are carried home slowly. Tools are returned to their places. A basket of food is set down near the doorway. Every action is soft, deliberate, mindful of the calm that is settling over the village. A woman prepares the evening meal. Grains are cooked over the fire. Vegetables are added carefully. Small portions of fish are placed alongside. The aroma rises gently, filling the home without overwhelming. Each motion is steady, deliberate, part of a familiar pattern repeated day after day. The sun lowers further. Its warm light brushes the rooftops, the walls, the river, and the distant fields. Colors grow softer, blending into gentle shades of gold and amber. The air cools slightly, carrying the faint scent of earth and water. The village exhales slowly, as if recognizing the approach of night. People gather to eat once more. The rhythm of meals continues, soft and measured. Hands reach for food slowly. Small bites are taken deliberately. Conversation, if it occurs, is low and gentle, blending seamlessly with the soft rustle of cloth, the faint clink of pottery, and the subtle sounds of movement within the home. After eating, preparations for rest begin. Children are guided gently to their mats. Their small hands smooth their bedding. They lie down slowly, stretching and adjusting until they are comfortable. Their breathing evens, soft and regular, blending into the quiet of the home. Adults attend to small chores quietly. Water is poured, tools checked, cloth folded, fire embers tended. Each motion is precise, careful, deliberate. Nothing is hurried. Each step leads naturally to the next, forming a calm, unbroken flow of activity. Outside, the sky deepens in color. The soft blue of late afternoon shifts to the muted violet of evening. Stars begin to appear, faint and steady, one by one. They do not hurry. They do not flash.
They exist gently, quietly, like distant companions to the settling village. The river mirrors the sky. Its surface darkens gradually, carrying the faint glimmer of stars, small ripples moving softly with the current. The sound of water lapping against the banks is constant, gentle, hypnotic in its steadiness. The breeze moves again. It stirs the leaves softly, brushes along the riverbanks, lifts fine dust, and cools the walls of the homes. It passes without urgency, without disturbance, carrying a quiet calm across the village. The day winds down. Tasks are completed, hands rest, eyes close, bodies relax. The rhythm of life slows in harmony with the fading light, the gentle air, the still waters. Animals settle too. The cat curls fully, tail tucked close, breathing slow and even. The dog lies quietly, ears relaxed, eyes soft. Even the small birds are still, their calls having faded with the gentle light. The village rests within the steady, predictable cycle of day and night. Each home, each family, each small creature moves within this calm rhythm. Time passes slowly, measured not in haste, but in careful, deliberate presence. As the stars multiply, the village grows still. The river continues its gentle flow. The wind whispers softly through reeds and trees. The distant fields, now in shadow, await the light of tomorrow. Inside each home, a final quiet settles. Eyes close, hands relax, breaths become even. The day fades gently into night, unbroken, unhurried, complete. The world is calm. The world is safe. The world exists entirely within its quiet, steady rhythm.
Night deepens across the land. The sky is a soft, dark velvet sprinkled with faint, steady stars. They shine quietly, without hurry, casting their subtle light over the village, the river, and the distant fields. The moon begins to rise slowly, pale and calm, reflecting gently on the water's surface. Inside the homes, all is quiet. Breaths are even and slow. Eyes are closed. Bodies rest deeply on mats, on soft piles of linen, or on the woven bedding prepared carefully at sunset. Every movement is minimal, soft, deliberate, as if the very air is holding the inhabitants in gentle stillness. Outside, the village seems suspended in time. Shadows from the moon stretch across walls and paths. The sound of the river is steady and constant, a soft, unchanging rhythm that carries faint echoes of the day, now hushed. Small nocturnal creatures move quietly in the reeds, unseen by most, their steps gentle, unobtrusive, part of the calm fabric of night. A gentle breeze stirs. It passes over the rooftops, through narrow openings in the walls, across mats and cloths, carrying the faint scent of earth, water, and faint smoke from dying fires. Its motion is slow, soothing, brushing over everything without urgency. In the distance, the pyramids stand quietly, their sharp angles softened by the gentle light of night. They are still, immovable, watching over the land with the same calm patience they have maintained for countless generations. They do not demand attention. They do not interrupt the quiet. They exist, steady and enduring within the rhythm of night and day. The river flows softly. Its waters reflect the moonlight, ripples moving gradually with the current. Small boats, now empty, rest along the banks or drift slowly downstream. The sound of water touching wood is muted, gentle, hypnotic in its repetition.
Within the homes, small animals also rest. Cats curl in corners, dogs stretch lightly, then lie down. Even the occasional rat or small bird moves cautiously, carefully, unseen and unheard, part of the silent night life. Dreams begin slowly. They drift into minds without effort, carried gently by the calm rhythm of breathing and the quiet of the surroundings. Each person's mind moves through soft images and gentle memories, unhurried, blending fragments of the day with faint traces of imagined places. Nothing is sudden, nothing is sharp. Everything flows quietly, as if guided by the steady pulse of the river outside. The air cools. The warmth of day fades gradually, replaced by the softness of evening and night. It touches skin gently, brushing across the village, the fields, the river, and every home. It is calming, relaxing, unbroken. Sounds continue softly. A distant animal moves in the fields. The river laps gently at its bank. Leaves stir in the breeze. Every sound is small, measured, part of a larger, unbroken rhythm. Nothing rises sharply, nothing disturbs the deep calm. Even the passing hours feel different at night. They seem slower, stretching outward, extending time. Every small sound, every gentle motion, every breath becomes more noticeable, more deliberate, more part of the quiet flow of life. The village sleeps in unity with the land. Its inhabitants, human and animal, move through this night together, connected by the gentle pulse of the river, the slow drift of wind, the unchanging presence of the pyramids, and the steady turning of the stars overhead. Night carries on, almost imperceptibly. The river reflects the moonlight, the wind whispers softly, the fields are dark and still. Every home rests, every life continues in slow, gentle rhythm. Even when nothing moves, there is presence. The quiet is not empty. It is full of calm, steady life, a reassurance that the world continues in measured, patient patterns. And as the night deepens further, every rhythm of the day repeats silently. The river flows, soft and steady. The wind moves gently. Animals breathe and shift. Stars hold their places, faint but steady. The village sleeps, watched over by distant pyramids and the calm sweep of the sky above. Everything exists quietly, gently, perfectly. The night is complete. The world rests. The world is safe. The world is calm.
Before the sun rises fully, the village is cloaked in quiet stillness. The sky is a muted shade of blue, slowly lightening with a soft, gradual glow. There is no sudden brightness, only a gentle suggestion of warmth approaching from the horizon. Shadows stretch long and thin, merging slowly with the first delicate hues of morning. The river is calm. Its surface reflects the softening sky, carrying faint ripples from the night's gentle breeze. The water moves steadily, silently, without haste, as though it too is waiting for the day to unfold at its own unhurried pace. Inside the homes, sleepers shift slightly. Breaths deepen and relax in response to the cooling air. Mats and bedding are pressed softly under limbs that stretch and curl without urgency. Children stir lightly, small movements blending into the overall calm of the space. There is no sudden motion, no abrupt waking.
The day begins in a gentle, almost imperceptible way. Outside, the first sounds of morning arrive slowly. A bird calls faintly from the reeds near the river. A soft rustle moves through the fields as small animals awaken. Every sound is subdued, delicate, blending seamlessly with the hush of dawn. A woman rises quietly. Her movements are slow, deliberate. She smooths her clothing, stretches her hands lightly, and lifts a small clay jar. She carries it to the fire area, adding a few coals that glimmer faintly. The flicker of flame moves gently, illuminating her surroundings with warmth, without intrusion. Children begin to stir fully. Some sit up on their mats, rubbing their eyes slowly. Some yawn quietly, stretching limbs gradually. Their attention is drawn to the slow unfolding of the day, the soft light, the gentle movements of adults, the muted sounds of the river. They are part of this quiet rhythm, moving with it rather than against it. The river reflects the growing light. Soft gold stretches across its surface, flowing gradually with the current. Boats rest at the banks, small bundles of reeds or clay waiting to be carried. The water laps gently against wood and stone, creating a steady, soothing sound of pattern that fills the early morning air. Inside another home, a man begins to prepare simple tools. He arranges them carefully, checking each one in quiet detail. Wood, stone, and metal are handled with care. Every motion is deliberate, part of a calm rhythm that carries from night into day. Outside, the village paths awaken softly. People move quietly, carrying small loads or tools. Each step is measured, each action is careful and unhurried. Conversations, if they occur at all, are gentle whispers that blend with the sounds of wind, water, and earth. Animals respond to the morning as well. Cats stretch fully and curl in the sunlit corners. Dogs shift lightly, standing and lying down with measured calm. Birds flit quietly among reeds and trees, their wings moving slowly in rhythm with the gentle breeze. The sun rises further. Its light is warm but never harsh, brushing over homes, fields, and the river. Colors appear softly, muted and natural. Shadows retreat slowly, merging with the soft golden light that spreads across the village. Breakfast is prepared with quiet care. Grains are mixed with water. Dough is shaped slowly, pressed and folded with deliberate motions. Small portions of dried fish or vegetables are arranged on flat dishes. The air carries faint, comforting aromas that mingle with the gentle warmth of the sun and the coolness of the river breeze. The river carries life in slow motion. Boats drift lazily with the current. A paddle dips softly into the water, creating faint ripples. The sound is gentle, repeating, steady. The rhythm of work and travel merges seamlessly with the soft unfolding of the morning. The village moves as one with the rhythm of dawn. Each hand, each foot, each breath aligns with the calm flow of life. Nothing is hurried, nothing is sudden. Every action is part of a larger, unbroken pattern, measured by sunlight, river, and wind. The early light brings clarity without urgency. Colors are revealed slowly. Textures become visible. The surfaces of clay, wood, and cloth glimmer faintly. Every small detail is observed in quiet attention, appreciated without haste. Children begin their small chores. They carry water gently. They help with dough. They observe adults closely, learning the slow, deliberate motions that guide life in this village. Their movements are calm, careful, patient, blending with the soft rhythm of the morning. By mid-morning, the village is fully awake. The sun warms walls and rooftops, the river flows steadily, birds call softly, tools are in motion, baskets are carried slowly, and every step, every gesture is part of the calm rhythm that governs life here. Everything from the smallest bead to the largest boat exists in measured, deliberate harmony. Time passes quietly, gently, each moment following the last with steady calm. The world feels safe. The world feels predictable. The world feels at peace.
Mid-morning stretches across the village in soft, steady light. The sun rises higher, warming rooftops and earth gradually. Its heat is gentle, not harsh, filling the air with a muted warmth. Shadows shorten and soften, merging with the golden light that moves slowly across walls, pathways, and the river. Fields near the village awaken fully to the day. Rows of crops stand quietly, their green leaves shifting softly in the breeze. Farmers walk slowly among them, checking the growth, pulling weeds carefully, bending to the earth in measured, deliberate motions. Each movement is purposeful, deliberate, unhurried. Water is carried to the fields in clay jars. The jars are heavy but manageable. Each step is soft, careful, measured. The water spills none, is handled with care. Irrigation channels receive the flow gently, filling the soil with life in slow, satisfying increments. The sound of water moving along the channels is soft and constant, blending with the gentle rustle of crops and the distant lap of the river. Along the river, small boats move quietly. A few carry reeds or clay to the nearby workshops. A single paddle dips lightly into the water, creating small ripples that spread and fade slowly. The motion is smooth and predictable, measured and steady. Each boat drifts along with the current, guided carefully, without rush. Merchants and artisans prepare for trade. Goods are arranged on mats or in small baskets. Clay pots, woven mats, grains, beads, and small tools are displayed in neat rows. Each object is placed with attention, considered, ready for inspection by those who pass. The movement of hands, the gentle arranging and adjusting is calm, rhythmic, almost meditative. Children assist in small ways. Some carry water. Some help move small bundles of reeds or clay. Some simply observe, learning through gentle participation. Their movements are slow, careful, attentive. Each action blends into the larger rhythm of village life. The river reflects the sky and the village. Its surface is a soft mirror, interrupted only by the occasional boat or small ripple from a passing breeze. The sound of water moving against stone and wood is constant, steady, and soothing, marking the passing hours without urgency. In homes near the fields, women tend to domestic chores. Grains are ground into flour. Dough is kneaded. Small fires are maintained. Clay jars are washed and arranged. Every movement is slow and purposeful, part of a pattern repeated daily, a rhythm that stretches from one generation to the next. Animals contribute gently to the rhythm. Cats patrol the edges of homes, stepping lightly over stone or mat. Dogs move calmly among the workers, lying down in the sun, stretching slowly, observing without disturbance. Even birds in the reeds move deliberately, wings fluttering softly as they settle or rise again. The wind carries faint scents across the village. Earth, water, cooked grains, and herbs mix together in soft currents. Each smell is subtle, gentle, soothing. It lingers lightly, settling into the air, forming a calm atmosphere that surrounds the village. Even the passing hours are measured carefully. Time moves slowly here,
not in sharp increments, but in a seamless flow. Morning becomes mid-morning, which shifts gradually toward midday. Every small task, watering, planting, mending, carrying, fits into the gentle pulse of life. Meals are prepared quietly for mid-morning nourishment. Bread is baked in small, steady batches. Stews bubble softly over low fires. Vegetables are arranged carefully. Portions are moderate, taken without haste. The air carries the faint warmth of cooked food, mingled with the softness of sunlight and the cool whisper of the river breeze. After meals, work continues. Hands return to tools, eyes focus on small details, steps are deliberate. Each action is connected naturally to the next. No one hurries, no one rushes. Every movement is absorbed into the calm, unbroken rhythm of daily life. The river continues to move steadily. Its gentle flow touches the banks, carries the small boats, reflects the soft light. It seems endless, constant, reassuring. It mirrors the slow, measured movement of the village itself. And everywhere, life continues. People, animals, water, wind, earth, they all exist together in quiet harmony. There is no sharpness, no disturbance, only the gentle unfolding of day in measured, deliberate steps. The village thrives in soft repetition. Each moment connects naturally to the next. Every action, every sound, every breath contributes to the calm, comforting rhythm that defines life here. Time is slow, deliberate, predictable. And in this gentle unfolding, every being, human, animal, plant, and river, exists at peace, in harmony, and in quiet.
As mid-morning slowly gives way to noon, the sun climbs higher. Its light is warmer now, spilling across the village, the river, and the fields with gentle intensity. It does not demand attention, it simply exists, bathing the land in steady warmth. Shadows retreat softly, merging into the soft golden hues of the midday sun. The village moves with ease. Hands continue their tasks, feet follow familiar paths. The rhythm of labor is slow and deliberate. There is no rush, no urgency, only the calm cadence of work aligned with the passing hours. Fields are tended with careful precision. Farmers move among the crops, their hands brushing gently over leaves. They remove small weeds, lift stones, check soil, and adjust irrigation channels. Each motion is deliberate. Each breath is calm. Their presence is gentle, blending with the land rather than disturbing it. Water flows softly through the irrigation channels. It carries life slowly to every furrow, every plant, without sudden sound. The movement is steady, comforting, almost hypnotic in its constancy. The faint reflection of sunlight on the water glimmers quietly, adding a touch of warmth to the green of the fields. The village continues its unhurried passage. Boats drift lazily with the current. Small paddles dip into the water, lifting and placing softly, creating gentle ripples. The sound of the water moving along wood and stone is constant and calming, a quiet accompaniment to the gentle labor of the village. Inside the homes, preparations for midday rest begin. Fires are reduced to soft embers. Tools are returned to their places. Cloths and mats are smoothed. The space becomes still, ready for a pause in the day. The air carries the faint warmth of sunlight, mingling with the lingering scent of cooking and earth. Children take a slower pace now. Some lie on mats in quiet corners, watching the sunlight shift across walls and floors. Some sit by the riverbank, toes dipping gently into the water. Others remain nearby adults, observing, learning,
or simply breathing in the calm rhythm of life. Meals are prepared for midday nourishment. Bread is baked slowly. Porridge simmers gently over low fires. Small portions of vegetables or fish are arranged with care. The aroma rises, subtle and comforting. Every motion is careful, deliberate, connected to the calm rhythm of the day. The river hums softly, almost imperceptibly. Its movement is steady and rhythmic. The occasional bird flits across its surface. Boats move quietly along its course. The water mirrors the sky, reflecting pale blue and soft gold, carrying the calm of the village in every ripple. Midday brings rest. Some adults sit quietly in shaded corners, hands folded, eyes half closed. Some walk slowly along paths, listening to the river, observing the movement of leaves, feeling the warmth of sunlight on their skin. Every breath is measured, every step gentle. Animals rest as well. Cats curl in the sunlit patches. Dogs stretch slowly and then settle. Birds perch in the reeds, wings folded neatly, heads tucked briefly. Even the smallest creatures move with care, their motions gentle and calm, part of the unbroken rhythm of the village. The sun reaches its zenith. Light is bright but soft. Shadows are short, almost merging with the warmth of the sun itself. The air is still, carrying faint scents of earth, river, and cooking. It feels like a gentle embrace, a quiet pause in the steady flow of life. The village exists in a slow, soothing cycle. Every hand, every foot, every breath follows the same gentle pattern. Work blends with rest. Rest blends with observation. Observation blends with the steady movement of the river, the wind, and the sun. Time flows slowly, deliberately. The sun, the river, the fields, the homes, they all move together in soft harmony. Every detail, from a bead to a leaf, from a tool to a ripple on the water, participates in the calm rhythm of life. And in this steady unfolding, every living thing feels safe. Every breath feels measured. Every movement feels necessary and unhurried. The world feels complete in its slow, gentle passage. Midday continues without interruption. The river flows. The wind brushes softly. Children rest or move carefully. Adults complete small tasks or sit quietly. Animals stretch and settle. The sun casts soft warmth over everything, blending with the gentle light, shadows, and the quiet of the village. All is calm. All is safe. All is measured. Life moves in soft, unbroken rhythm, carrying the village gently through the heart of the day.
As midday slowly fades, the light begins to shift once again. The sun lowers slightly, casting longer, gentler shadows across the village. Its warmth remains, soft and steady, brushing over rooftops, fields, and riverbanks. The air carries a faint, soothing heat, neither heavy nor sharp, just enough to remind all living things of the steady passage of the day. Animals are tended in small, careful motions. Goats and sheep wander quietly in their pens. They are fed slowly, a handful of grain at a time, placed gently in shallow clay dishes. Chickens peck softly at scattered feed, their steps light on the earth. Each action, human and animal alike, unfolds in a measured, deliberate rhythm. Children assist in small ways. They carry water from the river in tiny jars, their hands steady and careful. They help lead small animals to shaded areas, keeping them calm and safe. They observe the adults as they work, learning the slow, patient patterns that govern life here. Women gather to weave and mend cloth. Their fingers move deliberately,
threading strands over and under, creating patterns that are simple yet harmonious. The rhythm of weaving is soft and repetitive, soothing in its steadiness. Each strand contributes to the whole, every movement measured, every breath calm. Men attend to minor repairs or trades. A craftsman sharpens tools with careful strokes. A small boat is mended by the river, its wooden planks pressed and adjusted slowly. Clay pots are stacked neatly for trade. Every motion is considered, nothing is rushed. Every task fits naturally into the gentle rhythm of the afternoon. The river continues its steady flow. Boats drift lazily, some carrying reeds, some empty, others bearing small bundles of goods. The water laps softly against their sides, creating a soothing, constant sound. Birds glide above, occasionally dipping their feet into the surface before rising again. The movement of water and air, of life in motion, is seamless, quiet, unhurried. Inside the homes, small tasks continue with calm diligence. Grains are sorted and stored. Dough for the next meal is prepared slowly, kneaded gently, set aside to rest. Herbs are ground or pressed carefully, their subtle scents blending into the warm, dry air. Every detail is attended to, each motion part of the soft cadence of the day. The sun shifts gradually across the sky. Its warmth touches the rooftops, the clay jars, the woven mats, the small animals resting near the walls. Shadows stretch and stretch again, creating quiet patterns across walls, rooftops, and the ground. Light and shadow dance in quiet, unhurried harmony. The village exists in a rhythm that is both predictable and comforting. Children, adults, and animals all follow this gentle cadence. Every step, every breath, every small movement contributes to a world that feels entirely calm and secure. Nothing is sudden, nothing is jarring. Everything flows naturally from one moment to the next. The occasional breeze drifts softly. It rustles leaves gently, lifts fine dust, cools warm walls, and carries the faint scent of river and earth. The air is quiet but alive, moving slowly, subtly, in harmony with all the calm activity of the village. By mid-afternoon, the work begins to slow. Animals are settled in shaded areas. Weaving is paused. Tools are cleaned and put away. Boats glide to rest along the riverbank. Even the water seems calmer, flowing steadily without disturbance, reflecting the soft sky and the quiet movements along its banks. Families pause for rest briefly. Some lie on mats in the shade, feeling the warmth of the day soften around them. Some sit quietly, folding hands in laps, breathing in the calm. Children settle nearby, their bodies and minds absorbing the rhythm of life in this unhurried place. The sun continues its slow descent. Its warmth becomes softer, warmer, spreading a gentle glow over the village, the fields, the river. Shadows stretch and stretch again, creating quiet patterns across walls, rooftops, and the ground. The air cools just slightly, a subtle promise of the approaching evening. Evening preparations begin quietly. Water is drawn for the coming meal. Small fires are lit or tended. Dough is shaped carefully, grains arranged in shallow bowls. Everything moves with calm attention, deliberate and measured, as if the day itself is slowing in harmony with the people and animals within it. The village flows in its steady, soothing rhythm. The river, the wind, the sun, the animals, and the humans all exist together in quiet balance. Each movement is intentional, each sound soft, each breath slow and calm. Time passes in gentle, deliberate steps, unbroken, continuous, and entirely safe. Life is slow. Life is measured. Life is quiet. and all continues in the soft, unhurried flow of an afternoon that stretches comfortably toward evening.
The afternoon slowly bends toward evening. The sun leans closer to the horizon, casting long, warm shadows across the village. Its light is softer now, brushed with subtle golds and muted oranges. The warmth lingers gently, not harsh, wrapping rooftops, fields, and riverbanks in calm, embracing light. Inside the homes, preparations for the last meal begin. Fires are lit slowly, small embers glowing before they grow into gentle warmth. Clay pots are arranged with care. Grains are measured and placed in shallow dishes. Vegetables are washed and chopped softly, herbs sprinkled with light, deliberate movements. The air carries subtle, comforting aromas, blending the warmth of food with the cooling evening air. Women and men work side by side quietly. Some tend the fire, lifting and arranging embers. Others prepare ingredients carefully, their motions smooth and unhurried. Each step flows naturally into the next. Nothing is rushed. Everything is deliberate, gentle, measured. Children linger nearby, observing or helping in small, quiet ways. They carry small jars of water, set utensils in place, or simply watch the motions of the adults, absorbing the calm rhythm of the evening. Their breathing slows as they take in the warmth of the sun and the gentle movement of life around them. Animals settle into the soft evening light. Cats stretch and curl in sunlit corners, their tails flicking slowly. Dogs lie quietly on the warm earth, breathing steady and calm. Chickens return to their coops, moving gently over the soft ground. Even the smallest creatures move carefully, quietly, part of the unbroken rhythm of the village. The river reflects the deepening light. Its surface glimmers with soft gold and fading blue. Gentle ripples move with the current, carrying reflections of boats, reeds, and distant fields. The sound of water against the banks is steady, calm, hypnotic in its consistency, marking the slow passage of time. The first evening breeze stirs softly. It brushes across walls, lifts loose leaves, cools the air around the fire, and carries the faint scent of earth, water, and cooked grains. Its movement is delicate, comforting, and deliberate, blending with the rhythm of life and the gentle sounds of the village. Dinner is served quietly. Families gather on mats, low stools, or the smooth earth near the fire. Food is shared slowly. Hands reach gently for bread. Small bites are taken deliberately, and each swallow is calm, unhurried. Conversation is rare or soft, almost whispered, blending seamlessly with the quiet rustle of mats and the occasional crackle of the fire. The sun continues its descent. Its light softens further, brushing the tops of rooftops and distant fields with muted gold. Shadows stretch long and thin across the village, merging softly with the cooling air. The day begins its gentle transition into night. After the meal, small chores are completed with care. Pots are washed with slow, precise movements. Tools are returned to their places. Bread and other food for the morning are stored carefully. Mats are straightened, cloth folded, and every corner of the home is returned to order. The motion of hands and bodies is steady, calm, and deliberate. The village paths are quiet. The sounds of footsteps, laughter, and labor have faded into a soft, rhythmic hush. Occasionally, the movement of an animal or the gentle rush of the river breaks the silence, but even these are muted, part of the soothing flow of evening. The wind carries faint scents once more: earth, water, cooking smoke, herbs, and the warmth of sunlit clay mingle gently. It moves through the village slowly, brushing softly against walls, rooftops, and mats, leaving behind a feeling of comfort and calm. Children begin to settle down. Some lie on mats, stretching slowly before curling into themselves. Others sit quietly by adults, eyes half closed,
breathing soft and even. Their presence is gentle, absorbed into the rhythm of the village, the river, and the slow descent of day into night. Animals respond to the waning light. Cats and dogs curl, small birds perch silently, and the soft movement of tiny creatures fade as night approaches. Their steady breathing blends with the calm of the surroundings, adding to the sense of unbroken peace. The river continues its steady, gentle flow. It carries boats and reeds slowly, reflecting the muted colors of the setting sun and the softening sky. Every ripple, every sound, every movement is deliberate, measured, calming, and unhurried. Even the distant pyramids seem quieter now. Their shapes softened by the golden evening light, they stand steady and patient, watching over the village in quiet vigilance. Their presence is constant, reassuring, a silent rhythm that mirrors the unbroken calm of life below. As the sun lowers, the village prepares for night. Lights fade in homes, fires reduce to glowing embers, and the gentle lull of water and wind becomes the primary soundtrack. Every movement slows, every action is soft, intentional, and calm. Time stretches, measured not in minutes or hours, but in the slow, deliberate passage of light, warmth, and quiet presence. Life flows steadily, uninterrupted, gentle, and comforting. And in this soft unfolding, the world feels safe. The world feels calm. The world exists entirely in its gentle, unbroken rhythm.
Night settles fully over the village. The sky is deep, soft navy, scattered with faint, steady stars. The moon rises slowly, pale and calm, casting gentle silver light across rooftops, fields, and the river. Shadows stretch and melt softly, merging with the muted colors of night. The warmth of the day has faded, replaced by the cool, soothing presence of evening. Inside the homes, all is quiet. Breaths are slow and steady. Mats and bedding hold the shapes of resting bodies. Eyes are closed, limbs stretch and curl naturally, finding comfortable positions. Every movement is soft, deliberate, and calm. Outside, the village is almost motionless. Animals have settled. Cats curl in quiet corners. Dogs lie near the walls or along the riverbank, their breathing soft and regular. Chickens and small birds are silent, perched and still. Even insects move minimally, almost imperceptibly, blending seamlessly into the calm rhythm of night. The river continues its unhurried flow. Its surface mirrors the stars above, faintly flickering with silver light. Small ripples move softly, pushed by gentle currents or occasional paddles of distant resting boats. The sound of water lapping against the banks is constant, soothing, hypnotic in its repetition. The wind drifts gently through the village. It lifts leaves slowly, brushes along walls and rooftops, and cools the air with soft, unhurried motion. Its touch is comforting, deliberate, and gentle, blending with the quiet sounds of water, breathing, and distant life. The pyramids stand silently in the distance. Their massive forms are softened by the moonlight. They do not demand attention. They do not move or shift. They simply exist, steady, patient, and unchanging, a quiet presence over the village and river below. In the fields, small nocturnal creatures move cautiously. Rodents and small mammals step lightly, careful not to disturb the deep calm. Their movements are measured, gentle, fleeting. Even their existence is absorbed into the slow rhythm of the night. Dreams drift gently through sleeping minds. They flow softly,
images blending with memories, sensations, and the faint reflection of the moonlight. Thoughts move slowly, unhurried, as if the night itself guides the mind in its calm, deliberate path. Sounds are muted, soothing, repetitive. The rustle of leaves, the lap of the river, the occasional distant call of a bird, all create a soft, continuous harmony. Nothing is sudden, nothing breaks the calm. Every sound blends into the gentle, unbroken rhythm of life at night. Inside each home, small embers glow softly. They provide warmth without urgency, casting faint light across walls, mats, and simple furnishings. The glow is steady, comforting, like a quiet heartbeat, guiding the household through the hours of darkness. Even the air feels deliberate. Its gentle movement carries faint scents of earth, river, herbs, and distant fires. It brushes softly over skin, moves through homes, rustles leaves, and soothes animals and humans alike. Every motion is measured, unhurried, and calm. The village sleeps in unity with the land. People, animals, and even the flowing river exist in quiet harmony. Each element moves in soft rhythm, connected to the others. Each breath, every heartbeat, every ripple on the water is part of the unbroken, peaceful cadence of the night. Time itself feels slow and deliberate. Moments stretch outward, almost blending together. There is no rush, no urgency, only the steady passage of life, soft and measured, flowing like the gentle current of the river under the silver light of the moon. The river, the wind, the fields, the animals, the homes, and the distant pyramids, they all exist together. Each contributes to the calm, continuous pulse of night. Nothing interrupts it, nothing disturbs it. It is steady, deliberate, and soothing. Even when the world is completely still, life continues. Breaths, heartbeats, water, and wind all move slowly, softly, deliberately, creating a sense of security and peace that extends across the entire village and the surrounding land. The night deepens further. Stars multiply across the sky. The moon glides slowly along its path. Shadows lengthen and merge. The air cools, settles, and lingers gently over the earth, carrying the quiet of the day into a still, restful night. The village rests completely. Children, adults, and animals are absorbed into calm, slow breathing. Dreams drift without hurry. The river flows quietly. The wind whispers softly. Life continues in deliberate, unbroken rhythm. The pyramids watch silently from afar. Their shapes, massive yet patient, remain constant. They mirror the calm and steadiness of the village beneath them. They do not demand attention. They do not move or shift. They simply exist, steady and eternal, a quiet presence over the village and river below. And in this soft, unhurried night, all is safe. All is calm. All is steady. The world exists entirely in its gentle rhythm, flowing softly under the stars, beneath the moon, along the quiet river, across the resting village, and beneath the patient gaze of the pyramids.
The night stretches on, slow and steady. Shadows blend seamlessly with the soft glow of the moon. The stars remain scattered across the deep sky, faint points of light that shimmer gently, as if breathing along with the world below. The air is cool, calm, and still, moving only in the quietest, most deliberate currents. The river continues its gentle flow. Its surface is smooth,
reflecting the pale light of moon and stars. Tiny ripples trace slow paths along the banks, moving with a rhythm that is constant, unhurried, almost hypnotic in its regularity. The sound of water lapping softly against stone and clay is the only music of the late night, steady and comforting. Within the village, all sleeps quietly. Every breath is slow, every limb rests without tension. Children curl on mats, adults lie still, and animals settle into soft corners, their bodies folding naturally, comfortably. Every movement is minimal, every sound absorbed into the calm of the night. Occasionally, a soft rustle is heard. A small animal moves carefully along the edges of fields, or a bird shifts in its perch. Even these motions are gentle, subdued, blending into the rhythm of the world rather than breaking it. Every sound is measured, delicate, and reassuring. The moon rises higher, pale and steady. Its light brushes rooftops, walls, and the river with calm, silver illumination. Shadows stretch thin and soft, merging with the cooling earth. The landscape feels infinite, quiet, safe, held gently in the embrace of night. Small fires left in embers glow faintly. Their light flickers across clay walls and worn mats. The warmth is soft, comforting, enough to reassure without demanding attention. The faint aroma of cooked grains or herbs drifts lazily into the night air. Time feels slow. Hours pass in an almost imperceptible flow. Breath follows breath. Ripple follows ripple. Stars move slowly across the sky, unhurried, deliberate. The river carries its endless, gentle rhythm forward. Life, in every form, continues in soft, measured movement. The village paths are empty, quiet, and calm. No footsteps disturb the earth. No voices rise above the gentle hum of night. The world seems paused, yet it moves steadily in its own slow, deliberate tempo. The air carries faint scents. Earth, river, herbs, and cooling clay mix together softly. Each inhalation brings a sense of calm and familiarity. The aroma is gentle, almost imperceptible, yet it comforts every creature, human and animal alike. Even the pyramids seem softer at this hour. Their massive forms are subdued under the moonlight. They watch silently, eternally patient. Their presence mirrors the steady calm of the village, the river, and the fields. They stand unmoving, unhurried, eternal. Small nocturnal creatures stir lightly. Rodents, insects, and tiny birds shift, moving carefully, minimally. Their motions are deliberate, part of the quiet rhythm of the night. They do not disturb. They exist within the gentle flow of life, contributing subtly, quietly, to the unbroken harmony around them. The wind drifts softly, almost imperceptibly. It brushes against walls, stirs leaves, cools the warm earth left from the day, and blends with the faint sounds of water and distant movement. Its presence is calming, deliberate, rhythmic, part of the slow, steady passage of time. The first hint of pre-dawn appears. A pale, delicate light touches the horizon, soft and muted. It does not demand attention. It does not rush the night. Instead, it blends with shadows and moonlight, signaling gently the approach of a new day. The river reflects this subtle change. Its surface carries the faint blush of early light, blending slowly with silver reflections of the moon. Ripples continue their gentle, unhurried dance, marking the passage of time in quiet, measured intervals. The village remains asleep, bathed in the soft promise of dawn. Children breathe deeply, adults lie in stillness, animals curl quietly in familiar corners. Every being exists in deliberate harmony, absorbing the calm rhythm of the night as it transitions into the very first light of morning. Time moves without urgency. Moments stretch, light shifts, breath follows breath. The river continues to flow. The wind continues to stir softly. Life continues, measured, slow, gentle, comforting. All is calm. All is safe. All is steady. And the world waits quietly, peacefully, softly, for the sun to rise again. The first light of morning stretches slowly across the horizon. It is pale and delicate, touching the distant pyramids with a muted glow. The sky is soft, a quiet blend of deep blue fading into faint pink and gold. Shadows linger, long and gentle, moving gradually as the sun begins its slow ascent. The river mirrors the subtle change. Its surface glimmers faintly, reflecting the earliest light. Ripples move softly, pushed by a gentle current, carrying silver and pale gold together in a slow, soothing dance. The sound of water is steady and calming, marking the transition from night to day without urgency. Animals begin to stir quietly. Cats stretch, limbs long and deliberate, before settling briefly again. Dogs lift their heads slowly, ears twitching, then lie back down, breathing soft and steady. Birds shift on branches, their movements minimal, deliberate, almost like a gentle rehearsal for the coming day. The village remains largely still. Mats and bedding hold sleeping bodies, curled or stretched in quiet rest. The air carries a faint warmth from the slowly rising sun, brushing skin, walls, and clay pots with softness. Even the faintest sound of movement is gentle, deliberate, measured. Some humans begin to move quietly. A hand rises to smooth a mat. A foot shifts slowly to stand. A small step, careful and deliberate, leads to another. The rhythm of early morning labor begins in its softest form, unnoticed, unhurried, blending seamlessly with the gentle hum of the river and wind. The river continues its steady flow. Boats drift slowly along the banks. The occasional paddle dips quietly, moving with measured care, creating soft ripples that fade across the surface. The water carries reflections of soft light, shadows, and the slow, deliberate movements of early risers. The air is fresh and cool. It brushes softly against skin, lifts fine dust from the ground, stirs the leaves of trees and reeds along the river. The faint scent of earth, water, and dew mingle in delicate patterns, comforting, gentle, and calm. Fields await the day's work. Crops glistening with dew sway lightly in the soft morning breeze. Farmers begin slow, deliberate tasks. Hands brush leaves, check soil, adjust irrigation channels. Every motion is careful, measured, deliberate, blending with the natural rhythm of the awakening day. Small chores begin inside the homes. Clay pots are set in place. Grains are prepared for cooking. Fires are lit with soft embers, producing gentle warmth and faint aroma. Bread is shaped carefully, dough kneaded with measured movements. Every gesture contributes to the calm, steady start of the day. Children awaken gradually. They stretch slowly, blink in the soft morning light, and rise with measured steps. Some carry water, some gather small items or help in minor chores. Every movement is gentle, deliberate, absorbed in the quiet rhythm of the village. The sun rises steadily. Its warmth spreads gradually, touching rooftops, walls, and riverbanks. Shadows retreat gently. Light glows softly on fields, homes, and the distant pyramids, painting everything with muted gold and calm clarity. The village begins its morning cycle. Animals move to grazing areas. Small birds hop and flutter among reeds. Cats and dogs follow familiar paths. Every being participates in a slow, steady rhythm, each motion deliberate, each breath measured, each sound soft and unhurried. The river reflects the sun's first warmth. Its surface glistens gently, carrying light, shadow, and subtle ripples. The water flows without urgency, constant and comforting. Its presence is steady, reassuring, like a slow, deliberate heartbeat that guides the village through the day. Life resumes gradually. Hands return to tools, feet move along familiar paths. The rhythm of labor and care begins slowly, absorbed into the soft passage of time. Every motion blends naturally into the next. Every sound is deliberate, gentle, and part of the calm flow of life. The wind stirs softly, lifting scents of earth, water, and baked grains. It moves lightly, brushing across faces, walls, and fields. Its rhythm is slow and comforting, blending with the faint sounds of water, animals, and quiet work. Morning unfolds quietly, gently, deliberately. Time passes not in sharp increments, but in seamless, measured flow. The sun climbs, the river carries its constant movement, the village awakens slowly, and every breath, every motion, every ripple of water contributes to the unbroken rhythm of calm, deliberate life. And in this soft, patient unfolding, all is gentle, safe, and steady. The day begins, quietly, softly, without haste, carrying the village, the river, the fields, and the distant pyramids gently into the steady, comforting rhythm of life.
Mid-morning spreads slowly across the village. The sun has risen higher now, its warmth steady but soft. Shadows shorten, blending smoothly with the earth. Light spills gently over rooftops, clay walls, fields, and the river. The air carries a mild warmth, brushing softly over skin and the surfaces of homes and tools. The river flows steadily, calm and unhurried. Boats glide along its surface. Some carry small bundles of reeds, clay jars, or woven mats. Others drift empty, guided by the current and the quiet, deliberate hands of those aboard. Each paddle dip is careful, creating soft ripples that fade almost immediately into the gentle flow of water. The river hums quietly, constant, soothing. In the fields, work unfolds slowly. Farmers move among crops with deliberate care. Their hands lift leaves gently, remove small weeds, and check irrigation channels. Every step is measured, every breath is calm. Sunlight warms the skin, soft on the face, arms, and hands, as the rhythm of labor continues without haste. Children assist in quiet ways. They carry small jars of water, fetch tools, or guide animals along shaded paths. Their steps are careful, eyes observing, learning. Each movement contributes to the gentle cadence of life, absorbed naturally into the rhythm of the village. Domestic tasks proceed with slow precision. Clay pots are washed and stacked. Grains are sifted and stored carefully. Fires are tended, flames flickering softly beneath cooking vessels. Bread dough is kneaded gently. Vegetables are prepared, and herbs are crushed or arranged with deliberate motions. Every gesture is calm, unhurried, intentional. Animals move softly in the warmth of mid-morning. Goats nibble leaves and grass quietly. Sheep move together, softly bleating,
each step measured. Cats and dogs stretch lazily, then continue their slow patrols of familiar spaces. Even small birds and insects move with careful consideration, absorbed in the steady, gentle flow of life. The wind drifts lightly through the village. It rustles leaves, brushes against walls, and carries faint scents of earth, water, and cooking grains. Its motion is soft and deliberate, a companion to the gentle sounds of river, animals, and the slow rhythm of human labor. Along the riverbank, some villagers attend to trade and travel. Small boats are loaded or unloaded. Clay pots, baskets of grain, and woven mats are passed carefully from hand to hand. Each motion is deliberate. The exchange is quiet, without urgency, a measured interaction that fits naturally into the calm cadence of the day. The pyramids, distant and patient, catch the morning light. Their edges glow softly, reflecting gold and pale orange. They remain constant, unmoving, a quiet presence over the village, fields, and river. Their stillness mirrors the measured pace of all life below, part of the same gentle rhythm. Time moves slowly, stretching each moment. Hands, feet, and eyes all follow the calm flow. Breaths are even and measured. Rivers ripple gently. Birds move softly. Every sound, every motion, every shift of light blends seamlessly into the next moment. Meals are prepared for mid-morning nourishment. Bread is warmed, porridge stirred gently, small portions of vegetables or fish arranged thoughtfully. The aroma rises slowly, mingling with the scent of sun-warmed clay, earth, and river. Every gesture is careful, every movement deliberate, every breath calm. The village exists entirely in soft harmony. People, animals, and nature all move together in quiet, measured rhythm. Labor, observation, and rest flow seamlessly into one another. The river, the wind, the sun, the earth, and every living creature participate in this gentle, unhurried cycle. The day progresses slowly, unhurriedly. Sunlight shifts across walls and rooftops. Shadows lengthen slightly, then fade. The river continues its calm passage. Boats move with steady paddles. Fields await continued care, tended gently. The quiet pulse of life is steady and reliable. All is calm. All is deliberate. All is measured. And the village, the river, the fields, and the distant pyramids continue together, soft and unbroken, in the soothing rhythm of life under the morning sun. Late morning unfolds slowly. The sun climbs higher, soft yet steady, casting a gentle warmth across fields, rooftops, and the river. Shadows move slowly, blending with earth and clay in muted patterns. Light touches every surface with quiet insistence, yet it does not hurry, does not push. In the fields, work continues with deliberate care. Farmers move among crops, hands brushing leaves, lifting small weeds, checking soil and irrigation channels. Each gesture is soft, measured, part of the slow rhythm of life. Breathing aligns naturally with steps. Eyes observe gently, noting growth, moisture, and the gentle sway of plants in the morning breeze. Children remain nearby, learning through observation and small, quiet tasks. They carry tiny bundles of reeds or water, help tend animals, or simply watch adults, absorbing the movements and patterns of labor. Their motions are careful, deliberate, soft. They do not hurry, they do not rush. Each step, each breath becomes part of the steady flow of life. Animals wander in measured calm. Goats and sheep graze slowly, nibbling at grass and leaves, ears flicking occasionally at distant sounds. Cats patrol softly, careful in their steps, then settle in patches of sunlight. Dogs follow paths they know, their movement unhurried. Even the smallest creatures, birds, insects, rodents, move gently, part of the same quiet rhythm. The river hums steadily. Its waters flow without pause, without urgency. Boats drift slowly, carrying reeds, clay jars, or small bundles. Occasional paddles dip into the water with careful rhythm, producing ripples that fade gently. The river's sound is soft and constant, a slow heartbeat underlying all movement. Inside homes, domestic tasks proceed with quiet precision. Grains are measured and stored. Dough is kneaded slowly, bread shaped deliberately. Herbs and vegetables are prepared with careful motions. Fires are tended, producing soft warmth and faint aromas. Every movement is absorbed into the gentle cadence of life, deliberate and unhurried. Small trades take place along the riverbank. Clay pots and baskets of grain are passed from hand to hand. Boats carry bundles carefully. Every exchange is slow, quiet, measured. The rhythm of giving and receiving is calm, like a conversation without words, unbroken and deliberate. The pyramids, distant and patient, catch the mid-morning light. Their shapes glow softly, reflecting gold and muted warmth. They remain constant, steady and unmoving, a quiet presence over the village, fields, and river below. Their stillness mirrors the deliberate pace of life around them. The wind drifts slightly. It rustles leaves, stirs fine dust, brushes against walls and rooftops. Its movement is gentle and deliberate, blending with the river's murmur, animal sounds, and the soft steps of people walking among the fields. Time passes slowly, measured in soft, steady increments. Every motion, every breath, every ripple of water is absorbed into the calm rhythm of life. Moments stretch, blending into one another without interruption. The village, river, and surrounding land exist together in quiet harmony. Meals are prepared gently for late morning nourishment. Bread is cut carefully, porridge stirred softly, small portions of vegetables or fish arranged with attention. The aroma rises slowly, mingling with the warmth of the sun, the faint scent of earth, and the river breeze. Every gesture is soft, deliberate, absorbed into the rhythm of the day. Life continues in measured harmony. Hands move deliberately, feet tread softly, eyes observe carefully, breath follows breath. The river flows without hurry. Shadows shift slowly across rooftops and fields. The village moves in unbroken rhythm, deliberate and calm. All is gentle. All is steady. All is safe. And in this slow unfolding of late morning, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, soft, deliberate, and unhurried in the comforting rhythm of life. Midday settles slowly over the village. The sun rises higher, warm but not harsh, brushing over rooftops, fields, and the gentle curve of the river. Shadows are short, soft-edged, and calm. Light spills over every surface, illuminating clay walls, woven mats, and slowly moving hands with steady, gentle insistence. The river glimmers quietly in the sunlight. Its surface reflects the sky, soft blues blending with pale gold from the sun. Ripples move slowly along its course, carrying tiny reflections of boats, reeds, and the occasional bird dipping into the water. The gentle murmur of flowing water continues as a steady, comforting backdrop to the rhythm of life. In the fields, work moves with careful deliberation. Farmers tend crops slowly, brushing leaves with hands, checking soil, and adjusting irrigation channels. Steps are measured, breaths calm, and every movement deliberate. The warmth of the sun rests softly on skin, warming arms, faces, and hands without rushing. Children wander or play in quiet ways. Some chase each other softly across the dirt paths. Some collect small reeds or help guide animals. Their laughter, quiet and gentle, blends with the sounds of the river, the wind, and the steady movements of adults. Every motion is unhurried, absorbed into the rhythm of the village. Animals graze or rest lazily in the midday warmth. Goats nibble leaves in deliberate bites. Sheep move slowly together, soft bleating barely audible. Cats stretch and curl in sunny corners. Dogs lie near homes, observing with calm patience. Even the smallest birds move carefully, hopping or flitting in measured steps, part of the same quiet cadence of life. Domestic tasks continue steadily inside the homes. Clay pots are washed or stacked with care. Dough rises slowly, shaped into bread with gentle hands. Herbs and vegetables are arranged or crushed softly. Fires glow steadily, providing warmth and releasing comforting aromas. Every motion is deliberate, careful, slow, and harmonious with the surrounding calm. Along the riverbank, small exchanges of goods occur quietly. Baskets of grain or clay jars are passed between hands. Boats drift slowly, carrying bundles or materials. Every interaction is soft and deliberate. The pace is gentle, measured, and reassuring, fitting seamlessly into the rhythm of the river and village. The wind drifts gently through the midday heat. It lifts loose dust, rustles leaves, and cools clay walls. Its touch is deliberate, comforting, almost imperceptible. It blends with the sounds of water, animals, and quiet human labor, reinforcing the slow cadence of the day. The pyramids, distant and steadfast, bask in soft sunlight. Their immense shapes glow warmly, edges softened by the light. They remain unchanging, patient and calm, silent observers of the village, river, and fields below. Their stillness mirrors the measured pace of life surrounding them. Time passes slowly, stretching each moment. Every step, every hand movement, every breath is absorbed into the quiet rhythm of life. The river carries on without urgency. Shadows shift gently. Sunlight glows softly over rooftops and fields. The village continues its unhurried, steady flow. Midday meals are prepared gently. Bread is broken carefully. Porridge is stirred slowly. Portions of vegetables, fruit, or fish are arranged deliberately. The scent rises softly, mingling with warm clay, earth, and river air. Every gesture is considered, soft and harmonious with the calm rhythm of life. The village exists in steady, deliberate harmony. Hands, feet, eyes, and breath all follow the calm flow. Animals, people, water, wind, and distant pyramids all participate in the unbroken, gentle cycle of daily life. All is quiet, all is measured, all is safe. And in this slow unfolding of midday, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together in soft, unhurried rhythm, calm and comforting, steady as the gentle flow of time.
Early afternoon drifts slowly across the village.
The sun rests high in the sky, its warmth steady and soft, touching rooftops, fields, and the river with gentle insistence. Shadows are faint, stretching slightly, merging quietly with the earth and clay. The air carries a mild heat, soft and steady, wrapping the village in calm warmth. The river flows without hurry. Its surface shimmers under sunlight, reflecting pale blues and soft golds. Ripples travel gently along the water, carrying reflections of reeds, distant boats, and quiet animals along its banks. The murmur of water is constant, reassuring and calm, blending with the rhythm of life all around. In the fields, work continues with deliberate care. Farmers move slowly among crops, hands brushing leaves, adjusting irrigation channels, checking the soil. Every step is careful, every breath is measured. The warmth of the sun rests gently on skin and hands, guiding movement without urgency, reminding all of the steady passage of time. Children wander or assist softly. They carry small jars of water, gather reeds, or help tend animals. Their motions are measured, gentle, and quiet. Their small footsteps blend with the rustle of leaves, the flow of the river, and the occasional soft call of a bird. They move in harmony with the village, absorbed naturally into the calm rhythm of daily life. Animals graze, rest, or patrol slowly. Goats nibble leaves one deliberate bite at a time. Sheep move together, soft bleating barely noticeable. Cats stretch in sunny patches, then curl quietly. Dogs walk slowly along familiar paths or lie in shaded corners, breathing steady and calm. Even birds move gently, careful not to disturb the calm that surrounds them. Domestic tasks proceed inside homes with soft precision. Grains are measured and stored. Dough rises, kneaded slowly and shaped carefully. Herbs and vegetables are arranged with quiet attention. Fires glow gently, giving warmth and a faint aroma that mingles with the soft heat of midday. Every motion is absorbed into the rhythm of life, deliberate and calm. Along the riverbank, exchanges and small tasks occur quietly. Bundles of reeds, clay pots, or baskets of grain are moved with deliberate care. Boats drift slowly along the gentle current. Every interaction is measured and calm, integrated seamlessly into the rhythm of the water and village life. The wind drifts softly, lifting dust, rustling leaves, brushing gently against clay walls and rooftops. Its motion is deliberate, comforting, soothing. It merges seamlessly with the murmuring river, soft footsteps, and subtle sounds of animals, reinforcing the unhurried rhythm of life. The pyramids, distant and patient, reflect the soft afternoon light. Their immense shapes glow warmly, edges softened by sun and heat. They remain unmoving, silent, eternal, watching over the village and river. Their steadfast presence mirrors the steady, deliberate pace of life unfolding below. Time stretches, measured not in minutes, but in gentle, deliberate moments. Hands brush leaves, feet tread softly, eyes observe quietly, breaths follow each other evenly. The river continues to flow, shadows shift subtly, and sunlight glows over fields and rooftops in a calm, unhurried progression. Mid-afternoon meals are prepared slowly. Bread is cut carefully. Porridge or cooked grains are stirred and arranged. Vegetables or small portions of fish are set down with deliberate care. The aroma rises softly, mingling with the warm clay, earth, and river breeze. Every gesture is soft, measured, and absorbed into the calm rhythm of life. The village exists in steady, gentle harmony. People, animals, water, wind, and distant pyramids all participate in the unbroken cycle of life. Movements are deliberate, breaths are slow, sounds are soft. Every element contributes to the continuous, comforting rhythm of daily existence. All is calm. All is measured. All is steady. And in this soft unfolding of early afternoon, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate and unhurried, in the comforting, gentle flow of life.
Mid-afternoon settles slowly over the village. The sun begins its gradual descent, still warm, softening the light across rooftops, fields, and river. Shadows lengthen subtly, stretching across the clay walls and dusty paths. The air remains gentle, carrying the quiet warmth of the day, calm and steady, brushing softly over skin, leaves, and water. The river reflects these changes quietly. Its surface glimmers with muted gold and soft blues, shifting slowly as the sunlight moves. Small ripples flow gently along its course. Boats drift lazily, carrying reeds, clay pots, or baskets of grain. Paddles dip softly, each motion deliberate, creating faint ripples that fade into the steady current. The river hums constantly, soothingly, in harmony with the rhythm of life. In the fields, work continues, measured and deliberate. Farmers brush leaves with careful hands, lift small weeds, and check irrigation channels. Every step is slow, every breath steady. The warmth of the sun presses gently on skin, softening muscles, easing motions into calm, rhythmic patterns. Children move quietly nearby. They help in small ways, carrying water, collecting small bundles, or guiding animals. Their motions are careful, deliberate, absorbed into the rhythm of the adults' work. Their soft footsteps, quiet chatter, and gentle laughter blend seamlessly with the sounds of the river, wind, and subtle animal calls. Animals shift slowly in response to the sun. Goats nibble in measured bites, moving softly across patches of grass. Sheep adjust their positions with gentle bleats. Cats and dogs stretch, then settle into warm spots or shade. Birds hop lightly along the riverbank or reeds, moving with careful, deliberate rhythm. Even insects move slowly, blending into the calm rhythm around them. Domestic chores continue with gentle precision. Clay pots are washed and stacked carefully. Dough rises in quiet warmth, kneaded and shaped with deliberate attention. Vegetables and herbs are arranged softly. Fires tended to maintain steady warmth. Every motion is absorbed into the rhythm of the village, deliberate and unhurried. The riverbank hosts small exchanges. Bundles are moved with care. Boats glide along the water, carrying cargo slowly and steadily. Each movement, each gesture is soft, deliberate, and harmonious with the gentle pulse of the river and village. The wind drifts lightly across the village. It lifts dust, rustles leaves, brushes across clay walls and rooftops. Its motion is deliberate, soothing, barely perceptible, blending with the sounds of water, soft steps, and animals, reinforcing the calm, measured pace of life. The pyramids watch silently, distant and patient. Their massive forms glow softly in the afternoon light. Unmoving, unhurried, they mirror the deliberate, gentle pace of life in the village, standing as quiet, eternal companions to every river ripple,
shadow, and soft movement below. Time flows steadily, measured in soft, gentle increments. Hands brush leaves, feet tread slowly, eyes observe carefully, breaths follow each other evenly. Shadows lengthen, sunlight shifts gradually. The river continues its steady movement. Every motion, sound, and light change blends into the unbroken rhythm of village life. Afternoon meals are prepared quietly. Bread is sliced carefully, grains stirred gently, small portions of fish or vegetables arranged with intention. The scent rises softly, mingling with the warmth of clay, sun-warmed earth, and gentle river air. Every motion is deliberate, absorbed into the calm, soothing rhythm of life. The village exists entirely in harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together in steady, deliberate balance. Life flows unhurriedly, each gesture, each step, each breath becoming part of the continuous, comforting pulse of the day. All is calm, all is gentle, all is steady. And in this soft unfolding of mid-afternoon, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and perfectly absorbed in the soothing rhythm of daily life.
Late afternoon drifts over the village slowly. The sun leans lower in the sky, softening its warmth. Light spills over rooftops, fields, and the river with a muted gold, brushing surfaces gently. Shadows stretch longer, merging subtly with the earth and clay, deepening the calm, quiet rhythm of the day. The river glimmers in quiet reflection. Its surface shifts slowly under the descending sun, reflecting the pale gold and soft blues of the sky. Boats drift lazily, carrying small bundles of reeds, clay jars, or baskets of grain. Paddles dip into the water with careful deliberation, creating soft ripples that fade into the steady current. The river's hum is constant, soothing, a gentle pulse beneath the unfolding day. In the fields, work begins to slow. Hands continue brushing leaves, lifting weeds, checking irrigation, but movements are softer, slower, measured. Breaths lengthen naturally. The warmth of the afternoon sun rests gently on skin, slowing muscles, guiding motions into calm, unhurried patterns. Children move quietly, sometimes stopping to watch the river or observe adults. Some carry small jars or bundles. Some tend animals carefully. Their steps are deliberate, soft, absorbed into the rhythm of daily life. Their quiet voices and faint laughter drift lightly across the fields, blending with wind, water, and subtle animal sounds. Animals settle into softer rhythms. Goats nibble slowly, pausing between bites. Sheep adjust positions with soft bleats, lying in shaded patches. Cats stretch, then curl in warm sunlight. Dogs patrol softly or rest quietly near homes. Birds hop and flutter carefully, moving without haste. Even the smallest insects continue their gentle, measured work. Domestic chores inside homes continue, slowing in step with the day. Clay pots are arranged and cleaned. Dough rests, bread rising slowly. Herbs and vegetables are prepared with deliberate care. Fires glow gently, providing warmth and subtle aroma. Every motion is absorbed into the gentle, unhurried rhythm of the afternoon. Along the riverbank, small exchanges occur softly. Bundles of grain, clay jars, or mats are moved with care.
Boats glide steadily along the gentle current. Each motion is deliberate, harmonious with the river, wind, and slow passage of time. The wind drifts lazily through the village. It lifts dust softly, stirs leaves, brushes clay walls and rooftops. Its motion is calm, deliberate, soothing. It blends with the sounds of water, soft steps, and animals, reinforcing the gentle pulse of life. The pyramids, distant and patient, catch the warm late afternoon light. Their massive forms glow softly, edges muted by distance and haze. They remain unmoving, eternal, calm, reflecting the measured, deliberate rhythm of life in the village below. Time continues to pass slowly, measured in soft, gentle increments. Hands brush leaves, feet tread quietly, eyes observe softly, breaths follow each other evenly. Shadows grow longer, sunlight glows more warmly, river ripples continue steadily. Every motion, sound, and change in light blend seamlessly into the slow, unbroken rhythm of life. Late afternoon meals are prepared gently. Bread is cut carefully, grains stirred softly, small portions of fish or vegetables arranged with intention. The aroma rises slowly, mingling with the warmth of clay, sun-warmed earth, and river breeze. Every gesture is deliberate, absorbed into the calm, soothing cadence of life. The village moves in quiet harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids coexist in gentle balance. Life continues unhurriedly. Each gesture, each breath, each ripple of water contributing to the continuous, comforting pulse of the late afternoon. All is calm. All is measured. All is steady. And as late afternoon drifts toward evening, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and absorbed entirely in the gentle rhythm of life. Early evening settles quietly over the village. The sun leans low on the horizon, softening its glow to a gentle, muted gold. Light brushes over rooftops, fields, and the river with a delicate warmth, fading slowly as shadows lengthen and stretch across the earth and clay. The air cools gradually, carrying a soft, calm hush over everything it touches. The river reflects the changing light with quiet patience. Its surface darkens slightly, holding reflections of the sky's fading gold, soft blues, and hints of pink. Ripples move slowly along the gentle current. Boats drift carefully, carrying reeds, clay jars, or small bundles, paddles dipping softly into the water. The constant murmur of flowing water is soothing, steady, and calm, underlying the soft rhythm of early evening. In the fields, work winds down. Hands brush leaves gently one last time, check irrigation channels with careful movements, and adjust small tools. Feet move slowly along paths, breaths calm and even. The warmth of the remaining sunlight rests softly, fading gradually, encouraging rest and quiet reflection. Children linger quietly near adults. Some help with final chores, carrying water, gathering reeds, or guiding animals to shaded areas. Others pause to watch the river or birds moving toward the reeds. Their steps are careful, movements absorbed into the gentle rhythm of the village. Quiet laughter drifts softly through the air, blending seamlessly with wind, water, and the faint calls of animals. Animals shift as the day cools. Goats settle in shaded spots, chewing slowly and quietly. Sheep lie together with soft bleats fading into the calm. Cats curl in corners of warmth or stretch lazily in diminishing sunlight. Dogs patrol softly, then rest near homes. Birds return to reeds or low branches, moving gently and quietly. Even insects slow, absorbed into the calm passage of time. Domestic chores continue inside homes with deliberate care. Clay pots are arranged or washed. Dough rests, bread shaped with careful hands. Herbs and vegetables are prepared quietly for evening meals. Fires glow gently, providing warmth and faint aroma. Every gesture is soft, measured, and harmonious with the gentle cadence of early evening. Along the riverbank, the last exchanges take place quietly. Bundles are moved carefully. Boats glide slowly along the current. Each motion is deliberate, blending seamlessly with the river, wind, and soft passage of time. The wind drifts gently, cooling the air. It lifts dust softly, rustles leaves, and brushes against walls and rooftops. Its motion is calm and soothing, blending naturally with the sound of water, soft steps, and animals, enforcing the peaceful rhythm of life. The pyramids, distant and still, catch the soft fading light. Their immense shapes glow faintly in gold and muted orange. They remain unmoving, patient, eternal. Their quiet presence mirrors the measured pace of life below, calm and deliberate, watching over the village, river, and fields. Time moves slowly, measured in soft increments. Hands rest from work. Feet move gently along familiar paths. Eyes observe softly. Breaths remain even and calm. Shadows lengthen, sunlight fade, and the river continues its steady, soothing movement. Every sound, motion, and change in light blends into the gentle rhythm of early evening. Evening meals are prepared softly. Bread is sliced carefully. Porridge or grains stirred gently. Small portions of fish or vegetables arranged deliberately. The aroma rises slowly, mingling with clay warmth, river air, and soft cooling earth. Every gesture is absorbed into the calm, deliberate flow of life. The village exists in gentle harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids all continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and perfectly synchronized with the soft, calming rhythm of early evening. All is quiet. All is gentle. All is steady. And as early evening deepens, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue in slow, deliberate rhythm, absorbed entirely in the peaceful, comforting passage of time.
Late evening drifts quietly over the village. The sun has lowered further, fading into soft streaks of gold and rose. Shadows grow long, stretching across clay walls, rooftops, and dusty paths. The air cools slowly, carrying a soft hush, wrapping the village in calm, gentle warmth. Everything feels slower, quieter, more deliberate. The river mirrors the fading light. Its surface darkens to muted blues and soft purples, ripples reflecting the last traces of sunlight. Boats drift lazily along its gentle current, carrying small bundles or gliding empty. The soft, steady murmur of flowing water continues as a comforting rhythm
beneath the unfolding evening. In the fields, work has mostly ended. Hands rest gently on tools, feet pause along familiar paths. The earth, warmed by the day, releases a faint, comforting scent. Shadows deepen, the air cools further, and the gentle rhythm of daily labor slows into quiet observation and soft movement. Children wander quietly, some returning home, others pausing near the river. They carry small jars, help with animals, or observe the subtle movements of adults and nature around them. Steps are careful, soft, absorbed into the gentle flow of life. Their quiet laughter and whispered words mingle with the wind, river, and faint animal sounds. Animals settle as the evening cools. Goats and sheep gather in shaded corners, chewing softly and moving slowly. Cats curl into warm corners or settle in patches of dimming sunlight. Dogs lie near homes, breathing steady and calm. Birds flit lightly toward reeds or low branches, moving gently, absorbed into the quiet rhythm of dusk. Inside homes, the last domestic tasks continue softly. Clay pots are stacked carefully, dough rests quietly, and fires are tended to, maintaining gentle warmth. Small portions of food are prepared, arranged quietly, and shared slowly. Each gesture is deliberate, absorbed into the soft, unhurried flow of evening life. Along the riverbank, the final movements of the day unfold. Bundles are moved with care. Boats drift along the water with gentle, steady motion. Every gesture is quiet, deliberate, harmonious with the river, wind, and slow passage of evening. The wind drifts softly, cooling and comforting. It rustles leaves, brushes clay walls and rooftops, lifts fine dust, and moves quietly across the village. Its motion blends naturally with the water, soft footsteps and animal sounds, reinforcing the calm, measured rhythm of life. The pyramids, distant and steadfast, glow faintly in the twilight. Their immense forms catch the last traces of sunlight, edges softened by distance and haze. They remain unmoving, patient, eternal, reflecting the deliberate, gentle pace of life below. Their quiet presence accompanies the village as it slows for evening. Time moves steadily, measured in soft, gentle increments. Hands rest, feet pause, eyes observe slowly. Breaths are even, calm, deliberate. Shadows deepen. Sunlight fades entirely. The river continues its quiet, soothing movement. Every sound, motion, and subtle shift in light blends seamlessly into the gentle rhythm of late evening. Meals are concluded softly. Bread, grains, vegetables, or small portions of fish are shared quietly, portions prepared with care earlier, now consumed with soft appreciation. Fires glow warmly inside homes, flickering gently, casting muted light across walls and floors. The aroma of food mingles with cooling earth and river air, absorbed into the calming rhythm of the evening. The village exists in harmonious stillness. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids coexist quietly, deliberate, unhurried, and completely absorbed in the gentle rhythm of late evening. All is calm. All is gentle. All is steady. And as twilight deepens, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue in slow, deliberate rhythm, absorbed entirely in the soft, comforting passage of evening, preparing gradually for the quiet arrival of night. Nightfall arrives slowly over the village. The sun has disappeared beyond the horizon. Darkness spreads gently, softening the edges of rooftops, fields, and riverbanks. Shadows merge quietly into the earth. The air cools further, carrying a subtle hush. The village breathes softly, wrapped in calm, deliberate stillness. The river reflects the first traces of moonlight. Its surface glimmers faintly, silver and muted, flowing steadily without interruption. Ripples move slowly along the gentle current. Boats drift lazily, guided by the steady flow. The soft murmur of water continues as a quiet, reassuring heartbeat beneath the growing night. Fields lie mostly still. The earth, warmed by the day, releases a faint, comforting scent into the cool air. Crops sway gently with the light evening breeze. Hands, tools, and labor rest. Footsteps are minimal, measured, absorbed into the quiet, slow rhythm of the approaching night. Children return to home softly. They carry jars or bundles carefully, quiet in their steps. Some pause to watch the river's reflection or the faint movements of animals settling nearby. Their voices are soft, muted, fading gradually into the calm of evening. Their movements, deliberate and unhurried, become part of the village's gentle pulse. Animals settle fully into the cooling night. Goats and sheep rest in shaded or enclosed spaces, chewing slowly, lying quietly. Cats curl tightly, stretching briefly before settling. Dogs lie near homes, breathing calm and even. Birds have retreated to reeds or low branches, still and quiet. Insects move with careful, measured steps, absorbed into the steady rhythm of night. Inside homes, fires glow softly. Flickering light illuminates clay walls and floors, warm and steady. Last meals have been eaten. Pots and tools are arranged carefully. Bread dough rests or is stored. Herbs and small vegetables are tucked away. Every motion is deliberate, gentle, and part of the soft, measured rhythm of evening. Along the riverbank, all movement slows. Bundles are put away. Boats drift quietly, still or docked. Every motion is absorbed into the river's constant, soothing pulse. Wind and water mingle with soft animal sounds to create a gentle, continuous harmony. The wind drifts lightly through the village. It cools the air, rustles leaves softly, brushes clay walls and rooftops. Its motion is calm, quiet, deliberate. It blends seamlessly with the river, animals, and occasional soft footsteps, reinforcing the gentle rhythm of nightfall. The pyramids, distant and patient, watch quietly. Their massive forms are silhouetted against the faint glow of moonlight and stars. They remain unmoving, eternal and calm, reflecting the steady, deliberate pace of life in the village below. Their presence offers a quiet reassurance, a constant companion to the unfolding night. Stars begin to appear slowly in the darkening sky. Small points of silver light twinkle gently, scattered across deepening blue. Their subtle glow mirrors the calm reflections of the river, soft lights inside homes, and the quiet rhythms of life below. Night embraces the village with gentle, deliberate care. Time passes softly, measured in quiet, deliberate moments. Hands rest, feet pause, eyes close or observe softly. Breaths continue even, calm, steady. Shadows deepen further. The river flows with unhurried grace. Every sound, every motion, every shift in light blends into the soothing rhythm of night. The village settles fully into sleep. People rest quietly in homes, animals curl comfortably in familiar spaces, and the river hums softly beneath moonlight. Fires glow faintly, casting gentle warmth. The wind drifts calmly. Every element of the village participates in the unbroken, comforting cycle of night. All is calm, all is gentle, all is steady. And as darkness deepens, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together in soft, deliberate rhythm, absorbed completely in the peaceful, comforting embrace of night.
Night deepens slowly over the village. The sky is dark, filled with countless stars. Their soft silver light scatters across the heavens, steady and gentle, unmoving in the vast calm. Shadows of rooftops, trees, and distant fields blend into quiet shapes softened by darkness. The air is cool, still, and comforting, carrying a hushed calm over every surface. The river flows steadily under moonlight. Its surface glimmers faintly, reflecting stars and the subtle glow of the moon. Ripples move slowly along the water, quiet and deliberate. Boats are still, resting on gentle currents, blending into the soft reflection of night. The river hums softly, a constant, soothing presence beneath the sleeping village. Fields lie completely still. Leaves sway softly in the occasional breeze. Crops stand quietly in the cool night air, the earth releasing faint warmth. Shadows stretch and merge with soft moonlight. The world is quiet, deliberate, and at rest. Children sleep safely in their homes. Bodies are still. Breaths are calm, even, and rhythmic. Their small movements, occasional in dreams, are absorbed into the slow, steady rhythm of the night. Every heartbeat blends with the soft hum of river and wind. Animals rest fully. Goats and sheep lie quietly, the faint sound of chewing almost imperceptible. Cats curl tightly in warm corners, breathing gently. Dogs lie near the entrances of homes, alert but relaxed, their steady breaths blending with the rhythm of night. Birds are still in reeds and branches, wings tucked, eyes closed. Even insects move slowly or rest, absorbed into the calm pulse of darkness. Inside homes, fires burn softly, low embers glowing faintly. Clay walls are illuminated in warm, gentle flicker. Tools, pots, and small bundles of food rest in careful order. Dough rests quietly in cool corners. Every gesture of the day is now at peace, absorbed into the gentle cadence of night. The wind drifts lightly, almost imperceptibly. It brushes leaves, lifts soft dust, and cools rooftops. Its motion is calm, deliberate, gentle. It merges naturally with the soft murmur of the river, animal breathing, and the quiet pulse of a village at rest. The pyramids stand silently in the distance. Their vast forms are outlined against the starry sky, unmoving, patient, eternal. They watch over the village, river, and fields below. Their presence is calm, deliberate, and comforting, a steady companion through the deepening night. Time stretches softly, measured in stillness and gentle moments. Hands rest completely, feet pause, eyes are closed. Breaths follow one another evenly, calmly. Shadows are long and soft. The river flows quietly. Every sound, movement, and reflection
blends into the slow, comforting rhythm of night. The village rests fully in harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids exist together in complete stillness. Life continues in deliberate calm, absorbed entirely into the soothing cadence of night. All is quiet. All is gentle. All is steady. And as the deep hours pass, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and perfectly absorbed in the soft, comforting heartbeat of the night. The late night hours settle softly over the village. Darkness is complete, wrapping rooftops, fields, and riverbanks in a calm, velvety quiet. Shadows blend completely with the earth. The air is cool, still, carrying a gentle hush that presses softly against every surface. Life slows to its slowest pace, deliberate and measured. The river glimmers faintly under the moon. Its surface reflects the soft silver glow of stars and moonlight, broken only by gentle ripples that move lazily along its course. Boats are still, resting on the quiet current, carried gently without effort. The river hums softly, a continuous soothing heartbeat beneath the sleeping village. Fields are still and cool. Crops sway only slightly in the faintest breeze. The earth, cooled by night, gives off a subtle, comforting scent. The quiet stretches across the land, deep and absorbing, blanketing the village in gentle tranquility. Children sleep soundly in their homes. Breaths are even and slow. Small movements are rare, absorbed into the calm rhythm of night. Every heartbeat, every sigh, blends with the soft murmur of the river and the faint whisper of the wind. Animals rest fully. Goats lie quietly, soft chewing occasional and slow. Sheep huddle together, steady and calm. Cats curl in dark corners, completely relaxed. Dogs rest near homes, breathing even and patient. Birds are tucked into reeds or branches, completely still. Every creature participates in the measured, gentle rhythm of late night. Fires inside homes glow softly, low embers flickering. Clay walls glow in muted warmth. Tools and pots lie arranged. Dough rests, herbs and vegetables stored carefully. Every small item is absorbed into the quiet, deliberate flow of the night, still and undisturbed. The wind drifts lightly, cooling the air. It brushes leaves, stirs dust faintly, and cools rooftops. Its motion is barely perceptible, blending completely with the soft hum of the river, animal breathing, and the quiet pulse of a village at rest. The pyramids stand silently in the distance. Their massive forms are calm and unmoving, outlined softly against the night sky filled with stars. Patient, eternal, and steady, they reflect the quiet, deliberate pace of life in the village below. Their presence is a steady, gentle companion through the stillness of night. Stars shine steadily across the dark sky. Silver points glimmer faintly, reflected in the river's surface. Their soft light joins the faint glow of embers inside homes and the subtle motions of the village, reinforcing the gentle rhythm of late-night stillness. Time flows quietly, measured in calm, deliberate increments. Hands rest fully. Feet are still, eyes closed or half dreaming, breaths slow, steady and even. Shadows stretch gently. The river flows with quiet, unhurried grace. Every sound, movement, and reflection is absorbed into the soft rhythm of deep night. The village exists in complete harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids are all still, deliberate, unhurried. Life flows entirely in the soft, comforting cadence of late night. All is calm. All is gentle. All is steady. And in the darkest hours, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, fully absorbed in the quiet, peaceful heartbeat of the night.
The pre-dawn hours arrive quietly over the village. Darkness still holds the land, deep and soft, but the first faint hints of light appear along the horizon. A subtle glow stretches slowly, brushing rooftops, fields, and riverbanks with pale, gentle color. The air is cool, still, carrying a quiet hush, inviting soft awakening without hurry. The river flows steadily under the dim light. Its surface glimmers faintly, reflecting the faint silver of lingering stars and the first hints of dawn. Ripples move slowly along the gentle current. Boats rest quietly or drift lazily. The river hums softly, steady and calming, a slow heartbeat beneath the sleeping village. Fields are quiet and cool. Crops sway slightly in the faintest breeze. Earth cools further from night, releasing a gentle, comforting scent. Shadows remain long and soft. The village rests in near complete stillness, absorbing the calm of the early hours. Children are still in their homes. Breaths are slow and even, bodies curled or stretched comfortably in sleep. Small movements are absorbed into the rhythm of night turning gently toward morning. Every heartbeat blends with the river's steady murmur and the soft whisper of the wind. Animals begin to stir gradually. Goats lift heads slowly, chewing softly, moving with gentle deliberation. Sheep rise gradually, stretching and shifting carefully. Cats stretch luxuriously before settling briefly again. Dogs move slowly toward warm spots, yawning softly, settling again. Birds begin low, soft calls, careful and measured, testing the calm of the pre-dawn light. Even insects begin their gentle, almost imperceptible movements. Inside homes, fires are tended softly. Low embers glow, warming clay walls and floors. Pots, tools, and bundles remain in careful order. Bread dough rests in cool corners. Herbs and vegetables await attention. Every motion is slow, deliberate, harmonious with the gentle pre-dawn rhythm of the village. Along the riverbank, activity begins subtly. Bundles are moved carefully. Boats are prepared slowly for the day, drifting lightly on the calm river. Each gesture is deliberate, soft, integrated naturally into the slow, gentle rhythm of early morning. The wind drifts softly, cooling the air. It rustles leaves lightly, lifts fine dust, brushes clay walls and rooftops. Its motion is subtle, deliberate, blending perfectly with the soft murmur of the river, the slow awakening of animals, and the quiet preparations of the village. The pyramids, distant and patient, catch the faint early light. Their immense forms are softened in the pale glow, edges muted by haze and distance. Unmoving, eternal, they reflect the calm, deliberate pace of life, observing the village as it begins its slow transition from night to day. Stars fade gradually from the sky. Silver points diminish as soft pale light spreads.
The river reflects this change delicately. Fires glow softly in homes, animals stir gently, and the village begins to absorb the subtle awakening of a new day. Time flows quietly, measured in deliberate, gentle increments. Hands begin to stir, feet shift softly, eyes open slowly, observing softly. Breaths are calm, steady, deliberate. Shadows fade gradually. The river continues to flow quietly. Every motion, sound, and subtle change in light blends seamlessly into the slow rhythm of early pre-dawn. The village begins to wake in harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together, deliberate, unhurried, absorbed entirely in the gentle pulse of approaching day. All is calm. All is gentle. All is steady. And as pre-dawn deepens, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and fully immersed in the soft, comforting rhythm of early morning.
Sunrise arrives slowly over the village. The horizon glows softly, pale oranges and gentle pinks stretching across the sky. Light spills gradually over rooftops, fields, and the river, brushing everything with a calm, warm glow. Shadows shorten, softening into muted shapes, and the air grows subtly warmer, carrying the faint promise of a new day. The river reflects the early light delicately. Its surface glimmers with soft gold and muted silver. Ripples move lazily along the gentle current. Boats drift slowly, some loaded with reeds, clay jars, or small bundles. The river hums quietly, a continuous, soothing pulse beneath the unfolding morning. Fields begin to stir. Crops sway lightly in the soft morning breeze. The earth is cool, but gradually warms in the sunlight. Farmers stretch, lift tools gently, and begin work with careful, deliberate motions. Movements are slow, steady, absorbed into the calm rhythm of the morning. Children awaken quietly in their homes. Small bodies stretch, yawns rise softly, steps are gentle and careful. Some carry jars or small bundles. Others wander briefly, observing animals or watching the soft light touch the village. Their movements are deliberate, absorbed into the quiet flow of morning life. Animals move with gentle deliberation. Goats rise from their resting spots, nibbling softly. Sheep shift and stretch slowly. Cats wander carefully, exploring warm patches of sunlight. Dogs move softly toward familiar areas, yawning and stretching. Birds stir, hopping along branches or reeds, singing soft, quiet notes that blend with the river's gentle hum. Inside homes, fires are tended gently. Clay walls glow faintly as embers warm the space. Pots and tools are arranged carefully. Bread dough rises quietly in cool corners. Herbs and vegetables are prepared with deliberate care. Every motion is absorbed into the soft rhythm of the awakening village. Along the riverbank, preparations for the day unfold quietly. Bundles are moved slowly. Boats are guided gently along the calm water. Each movement is deliberate, absorbed seamlessly into the river's steady, soothing pulse. The wind drifts softly, warming gradually with the sun. It brushes leaves, lifts fine dust lightly, and moves across rooftops and clay walls. Its motion is gentle, deliberate, blending naturally with the river, animals, and quiet activity of the village. The pyramids catch the soft morning light. Their massive forms glow in pale gold,
edges softened by distance and early haze. They remain still, patient, eternal. Their quiet presence reflects the deliberate, gentle pace of life below, watching over the village as it awakens slowly and calmly. Time flows in soft, measured increments. Hands stretch and lift. Feet move quietly along familiar paths. Eyes observe gently. Breaths are steady and calm. Shadows shift gradually as the sun rises. The river continues to flow quietly, every ripple deliberate and soothing. The village begins its daily rhythm in harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together in steady, unhurried coordination. Work begins with gentle care. Animals adjust to daylight. Children wander slowly or help with chores. And the river flows steadily, reflecting the calm light of sunrise. All is calm. All is gentle. All is steady. And as the sun climbs slowly into the sky, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and absorbed fully in the soft, comforting rhythm of a new day.
Mid-morning unfolds softly over the village. The sun climbs higher, warming rooftops, fields, and the river with gentle, steady light. Shadows retreat slowly, softening edges and revealing the subtle textures of clay walls, sun-baked earth, and riverbanks. The air carries warmth lightly, infused with the faint sense of earth, water, and plants, settling comfortably over the village. The river flows steadily, calm and measured. Its surface reflects sunlight in muted golds and soft silvers, ripples moving slowly along the current. Boats drift with deliberate ease, carrying reeds, clay jars, or small bundles. The gentle hum of flowing water continues, steady and soothing, providing a quiet rhythm beneath the village's slow, deliberate movements. Fields are alive with quiet work. Farmers move steadily among crops, hands brushing leaves, tending irrigation channels, and lifting small bundles with care. Movements are slow and deliberate, absorbed into the measured pace of the day. The earth releases a faint warmth and the soft scent of soil, adding a comforting background to the gentle labor. Children participate softly. Some carry small jars of water, help guide animals, or fetch bundles of reeds. Others pause along the river or among the fields to observe. Their movements are careful, deliberate, absorbed into the overall rhythm of the village. Their voices are muted, gentle, blending naturally with the sounds of the river, wind, and distant animals. Animals continue in measured motion. Goats nibble quietly, pausing between soft steps. Sheep move slowly along familiar paths, chewing and shifting with gentle care. Cats wander in the sunlit patches, stretching and pausing often. Dogs patrol calmly, then lie down in shaded corners. Birds hop and flit softly, their small movements integrated into the gentle rhythm of the day. Inside homes, domestic routines proceed softly. Clay pots are arranged, fires maintained carefully. Dough is shaped or stored, and herbs and vegetables prepared with deliberate care. Every movement is absorbed into the quiet pulse of daily life, steady, measured, and gentle. Along the riverbank, small activities continue. Bundles are moved slowly. Boats drift carefully on the calm water. Each motion is deliberate, quiet, and integrated with the soft murmur of the river and the steady flow of life in the village.
The wind drifts lazily across rooftops, walls, and fields. It lifts dust softly, stirs leaves, and cools clay and earth with gentle care. Its motion is quiet, deliberate, blending naturally with the river, the steady work of animals and humans, and the measured rhythm of mid-morning. The pyramids stand patiently in the distance. Their massive forms glow softly under the sun, edges softened by haze and distance. They remain unmoving, eternal, reflecting the steady, gentle pace of life below. Their quiet presence watches over the village, river, and fields, a constant companion to the slow unfolding of daily activity. Time passes gently, measured in soft, deliberate increments. Hands lift, brush, and move with care. Feet step slowly along familiar paths. Eyes observe softly. Breaths remain calm and even. Shadows shift gradually. Ripples move along the river, and every sound and movement blends into the unhurried rhythm of mid-morning. The village flows in harmonious, deliberate rhythm. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together steadily, unhurried, absorbed entirely in the gentle cadence of daily life. Every motion, sound, and breath contributes to the soft, comforting pulse of the village. All is calm. All is gentle. All is steady. And as mid-morning continues, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids flow together in slow, deliberate harmony, absorbed fully in the quiet, comforting rhythm of life under the steady morning sun.
Late morning stretches softly across the village. The sun is higher now, spilling a warm, steady light over rooftops, fields, and the river. Shadows remain soft, gentle shapes that shift slowly with the sun's movement. The air is warmer, carrying subtle scents of earth, water, and sun-baked clay, settling lightly across the village. The river flows quietly, steady and patient. Its surface gleams faintly, reflecting soft golds and muted silvers. Gentle ripples move along the current, breaking the smooth surface with deliberate ease. Boats drift slowly, some carrying small bundles or reeds, others empty. The river hums with quiet, soothing constancy, underpinning the rhythm of the village. Fields are alive with measured activity. Farmers tend to crops carefully. Hands brush leaves, check irrigation channels, and lift small bundles with deliberate care. Movements are slow, absorbed fully into the gentle rhythm of late morning. The earth, warmed by sun and previous night, releases faint, comforting scents. Every motion blends into the calm flow of life. Children move with soft energy. Some carry water or small bundles. Others pause to watch the river, animals, or distant fields. Quiet laughter drifts softly, low and gentle, absorbed easily into the rhythm of the village. Steps are careful, gestures deliberate. Their movements are part of the measured pulse of daily life. Animals continue in gentle, purposeful motion. Goats graze slowly, heads down, chewing softly. Sheep move in small, deliberate groups. Cats stretch and wander among sunlit patches. Dogs patrol or rest in the shade. Birds flit softly from branch to branch, their movements quiet and absorbed into the village rhythm. Even insects move slowly, part of the steady, comforting pulse of life. Inside homes, domestic work proceeds calmly. Clay pots are arranged carefully. Dough rests or is shaped. Fires are tended gently, providing warmth and soft light.
Herbs and vegetables are prepared with care. Every motion is deliberate, harmonious with the measured flow of the village and the soft hum of life along the river. Along the riverbank, gentle activity continues. Bundles are moved slowly. Boats drift with the current, guided carefully by hands that move with calm precision. Each gesture is absorbed seamlessly into the river's quiet pulse and the measured rhythm of village life. The wind drifts softly, moving across rooftops, walls, and fields. It lifts fine dust, brushes leaves, and cools clay walls. Its motion is quiet, steady, and deliberate, blending naturally with the river, animals, and human movements, reinforcing the slow, calming cadence of late morning. The pyramids, distant and unchanging, glow softly under the sun. Their vast forms reflect the steady warmth of late morning light. Unmoving, eternal, and patient, they mirror the calm, deliberate pace of life below, watching over the river, village, and fields in quiet companionship. Time flows slowly, measured in deliberate moments. Hands move with care. Feet step softly along familiar paths. Eyes observe gently. Breaths remain calm and even. Shadows shift gradually. Sunlight dances on ripples, and every motion and sound merges into the unhurried rhythm of late morning. The village exists in steady harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together in unhurried rhythm, absorbed fully in the soft cadence of daily life. Every motion, every sound, and every breath contributes to the gentle, comforting pulse of the village. All is calm, all is gentle, all is steady. And as late morning flows, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and fully immersed in the quiet, comforting rhythm of life under the warm sun.
Early afternoon settles softly over the village. The sun hangs higher in the sky, bathing rooftops, fields, and the river in warm, steady light. Shadows shorten, softening edges of walls, trees, and distant hills. The air carries warmth evenly, infused with the faint sense of sun-warmed earth, water, and the quiet activities of the village. The river glimmers gently under sunlight. Its surface catches warm reflections, ripples moving lazily along the current. Boats drift with quiet ease, carrying small bundles, clay jars, or reeds. The water hums softly, steady and soothing, a continuous rhythm beneath the unhurried activity of village life. Fields continue in calm, steady work. Farmers move slowly among crops, brushing leaves, checking irrigation channels, lifting small bundles with care. Movements are deliberate, absorbed naturally into the rhythm of the day. The earth radiates faint warmth, scents of soil and water blending softly with the air. Every motion flows gently into the steady cadence of early afternoon. Children wander quietly. Some fetch water, guide animals, or help with small chores. Others pause to watch the river, animals, or the soft sway of crops in the sunlight. Their movements are careful, deliberate, integrated into the calm rhythm of the village. Voices are low, gentle, almost blending with the soft hum of the river and the distant rustle of leaves. Animals move with slow deliberation. Goats graze calmly, chewing and shifting slowly. Sheep wander in small, quiet groups. Cats stretch, curl, or explore the sunlit corners of rooftops and walls. Dogs move softly, then settle under shaded areas, breathing steady and calm.
Birds move lightly among reeds or branches, their motions absorbed into the gentle pulse of village life. Even insects navigate slowly, part of the quiet, measured rhythm of early afternoon. Inside homes, domestic routines continue gently. Clay pots are arranged, dough is shaped or left to rise, fires burn softly, and herbs and vegetables are prepared carefully. Every movement is deliberate, harmonious with the slow, measured flow of life, contributing quietly to the comforting pulse of the village. Along the riverbank, slow activity continues. Bundles are shifted with care. Boats glide along the calm current. Hands move with deliberate precision, each motion blending naturally into the soft murmur of water and the rhythm of village life. The wind drifts lightly across rooftops, walls, and fields. It lifts fine dust, rustles leaves, and cools clay walls, moving gently and deliberately. Its quiet motion blends with the river, animals, and human activity, reinforcing the unhurried, soothing cadence of early afternoon. The pyramids, distant and patient, glow softly under the warm sun. Their immense forms stand unmoving, steady and eternal. They mirror the calm, deliberate pace of life below, overseeing the river, village, and fields with quiet assurance. Their presence is constant, absorbed entirely into the gentle rhythm of early afternoon. Time passes slowly, measured in deliberate increments. Hands move with care. Feet step softly along familiar paths. Eyes observe gently. Breaths remain calm and steady. Shadows shift gradually. Ripples move along the river, and every sound and motion flows into the unhurried rhythm of the village. The village exists in harmonious, measured balance. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids continue together, deliberate, unhurried, and fully absorbed in the soft, comforting pulse of daily life. Every movement, every breath, every sound contributes to the gentle rhythm of early afternoon. All is calm, all is gentle, all is steady. And as early afternoon unfolds, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids flow together in slow, deliberate harmony, immersed fully in the quiet, comforting rhythm of life under the warm sun.
Mid-afternoon settles quietly over the village. The sun hangs steadily in the sky, warm but soft, casting gentle light over rooftops, fields, and the river. Shadows stretch just enough to create muted shapes across clay walls, softening edges and highlighting textures in the earth and water. The air is warm, steady, carrying faint scents of soil, river water, and sun-warmed clay. The village breathes slowly, absorbed into the calm rhythm of this hour. The river flows quietly, constant and soothing. Its surface reflects soft golds and silvers, broken by the gentle movement of ripples. Boats drift lazily along the current, some loaded with reeds, jars, or small bundles. The steady hum of flowing water underpins the gentle pace of the village, a quiet companion to the rhythm of people, animals, and the wind. Fields move slowly with measured care. Farmers tend to crops deliberately. Hands brush leaves, adjust small irrigation channels, and lift bundles slowly. Every motion is careful, absorbed into the gentle flow of the day. The earth radiates warmth, faint scents of soil and water mingling softly with the air. Each gesture contributes to the calm, unhurried pulse of mid-afternoon life. Children pause or move gently. Some rest briefly, sitting in patches of shade, watching animals or the river.
Others continue small tasks, carrying water, helping guide animals, or adjusting small bundles. Their movements are soft, deliberate, absorbed entirely into the rhythm of the village. Voices are low, blending naturally with distant bird calls and the hum of the river. Animals rest or move with quiet deliberation. Goats graze slowly, heads down, pausing frequently. Sheep wander gently, chewing and shifting in small groups. Cats stretch in sunlit patches or curl quietly. Dogs lie in shaded corners, breathing evenly. Birds hop softly among branches or reeds, their movements quiet and measured. Even insects move slowly, part of the steady, calming rhythm of mid-afternoon. Inside homes, domestic work continues gently. Clay pots are arranged, dough rises or is shaped, fires burn softly, and herbs or vegetables are prepared with care. Every motion is deliberate, integrated into the unhurried cadence of village life. Every sound, soft footsteps, the faint clink of tools, the gentle murmur of cooking is absorbed into the calm pulse of the afternoon. Along the riverbank, soft activity continues. Bundles are moved carefully. Boats glide slowly on the gentle current. Hands move with deliberate precision, gestures blending seamlessly with the soft hum of flowing water. Every motion is measured, quiet, and deliberate, part of the village's steady rhythm. The wind drifts lazily across rooftops, walls, and fields. It lifts fine dust, rustles leaves, and cools the sun-warmed clay. Its motion is calm, steady, and deliberate, merging with the gentle hum of the river and the soft movements of people and animals in the village. The pyramids, distant and unchanging, glow in muted sunlight. Their massive forms reflect warmth without urgency. They remain still, eternal and patient, observing the village, river, and fields below. Their presence mirrors the calm, deliberate pace of mid-afternoon life, offering steady reassurance. Time flows softly, measured in careful, deliberate increments. Hands move slowly and with care. Feet step gently along familiar paths. Eyes observe with quiet attention. Breaths remain calm, steady, and even. Shadows shift gradually. Ripples continue along the river. Every motion, every sound, every subtle change in light flows into the unhurried rhythm of mid-afternoon. The village exists in steady, deliberate harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together, unhurried, deliberate, and absorbed fully in the gentle pulse of daily life. Every movement, every sound, and every breath contributes to the slow, comforting cadence of mid-afternoon. All is calm. All is gentle. All is steady. And as mid-afternoon continues, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids flow together in slow, deliberate harmony, immersed fully in the quiet, comforting rhythm of life under the soft, steady sun.
Late afternoon settles slowly over the village. The sun leans lower, softening its light, spilling warm, gentle hues across rooftops, fields, and the river. Shadows stretch long and soft, reaching across clay walls, cooling earth and quiet pathways. The air carries a faint warmth, mingled with the scent of sun-warmed soil, the subtle fragrance of river water, and the delicate aroma of herbs left from the day's work. The river glimmers faintly, steady and calm. Ripples move lazily along the gentle current. Boats rest quietly along the banks or drift slowly with ease. The
The soft murmur of flowing water continues, a constant companion beneath the quiet movements of the village. Fields begin to slow. Farmers pause or walk slowly along paths, brushing leaves or checking small channels of water. Movements are deliberate and gentle. The earth, warmed by sun and cooled by shade, holds the memory of the day and releases a soft, comforting scent into the air. Children wander quietly, exploring small corners of the village or sitting in patches of shade. Their movements are careful, slow, absorbed entirely into the peaceful rhythm of late afternoon. Voices are low, soft, blending naturally with the gentle sound of the river and the distant calls of birds. Animals move slowly, sensing the approaching evening. Goats graze with deliberate calm. Sheep huddle gently in small groups. Cats stretch or curl quietly in sunlit corners. Dogs settle in shaded spots, breathing evenly. Birds perch softly among branches or reeds, their movements absorbed fully into the steady, comforting pulse of the village. Inside homes, domestic routines soften. Clay pots rest quietly. Dough cools in shaded corners. Fires burn low, embers glowing gently. Herbs and vegetables are stored with care. Every motion, every soft sound blends seamlessly into the measured cadence of late afternoon. The wind drifts lightly, brushing rooftops, walls, and fields. It lifts dust faintly, rustles leaves gently, and cools the air. Its motion is quiet, deliberate, absorbed fully into the slow, comforting rhythm of the village. The pyramids stand silently in the distance. Their immense forms glow softly in the warm, fading light. Still, eternal, and patient, they watch over the river, village, and fields. Their presence reflects the steady, gentle pace of life, offering quiet reassurance as the day gradually drifts toward evening. Time flows gently, measured in slow, deliberate increments. Hands rest, feet pause, eyes observe softly or close in quiet reflection. Breaths are calm, steady, and even. Shadows lengthen, ripples continue along the river, and the village becomes fully absorbed in the gentle rhythm of the approaching night. The village exists in complete harmony. People, animals, river, wind, and distant pyramids move together, deliberate, unhurried, and fully immersed in the soft, comforting pulse of life. Every motion, every sound, every breath contributes to the slow, steady cadence that carries through the evening. All is calm, all is gentle, all is steady. And as the sun dips lower, fading into a quiet horizon, the village, river, fields, animals, and distant pyramids remain together, deliberate, unhurried, and completely absorbed in the comforting, peaceful rhythm of the day ending. The gentle flow of life continues, soft and serene, leaving a lingering calm that rests quietly over the land, under the watchful, patient pyramids, and along the steady, glimmering river. Night arrives softly, embracing the village in warmth and stillness, and everything fades into calm, complete, and perfect quiet.